Hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't. Make sure you in class today. Make sure you come to class. Make sure your thinking caps is on. All that. Shout out to the people who are in class early. I love talking to y'all, fucking with y'all early, so we can get these convos over with early. Because most of the time, most niggas just want to say what's up, and that's what's up. But what's up without the? It does nothing without the extra. Hey, Kev, hit my line, bro. I see you out here battling all the corporations, bro, trying to keep our brains working. The least we can do is fuck with you. That's all you ask is to fuck with you. If we in your chat room pressing one, because we see you got the girls over here, press one, and you be hollering at them and talking to them and allowing them to express themselves, bro. The least you niggas can do. Just call y'all weak asses in. But ain't no more hiding over here. What's up, love bird? I see you. Who is this new person in my shit? I don't know you, so you got to sit back. Don't even press one. TJ RT Bell, what's up with it? Good to see you out there. My moderators is there. Let me get on my tablet because this is way back there. I don't want to be looking that damn hard to say what's up. I should be able to notice you immediately as you float into my classroom. I got a good discussion for those who will be attending class. You will get the link, of course. But I did want to give this opportunity to my students before KevRow starts and my Discord open up for these types of things and conversations, and my chat is only for my Discord and only for my, you feel me? Because I got too much going on. That's nothing. They ain't got nothing to do with Kev and what I got going on. So I like to keep my classroom clean at all times, meaning no dirty shit, no passing notes, no this one, no faking the funk, none of this. For what? Niggas always making issues when ain't no issues. They just distractions and shit. Ain't no issue at all. Ain't no issues out in this world like that. Most of the issues y'all be having is because y'all be watching too many people on YouTube that fuck y'all brains up. That don't allow you to think in peace. That always got something else going on. Y'all don't see all the black conscious people fall and protect the most evil doing ass predatorial behavior on the internet. So I don't owe y'all niggas no legions. Hell no. I don't even want to be your friend. Y'all motherfuckers sit around and watch these motherfuckers do this shit. These motherfuckers is trafficking, fucking with children and shit. And y'all think y'all can just wake up one day. That ain't happening. That'll never happen. So I don't blame a lot of y'all for not participating, because a lot of motherfuckers is like, damn, I know the motherfuckers who practice this shit. And I'm a practitioner of this shit. So y'all just scary. A lot of y'all just scary ass niggas who won't stand up for your own community. I ain't even talking to y'all no more. Press one. That's what I was saying. We got to figure out what's all the complaint. What's all this males versus females? What's the issue? Then when you settle it down, oh, they just too aggressive, and y'all niggas is dumb. Y'all don't want to stand up for yourself and want to control a household and not be the head of household. It's impossible, bro. It's impossible. So I'm not here to make you feel better or none of that shit. I got people doing great research in the background. I can't do nothing but appreciate them, because at least they take this class serious. It's people that deal with me and on class shit. Then there's other people that's just distracted. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to learn how to like separate myself from individuals who just need attention, want some damn attention, don't got friends. I don't know what the fuck niggas be on. Are females? I don't know. I just try to do the right thing in life and stay focused on my channel and in life, period. I don't know what people, y'all need to stop fucking giving so much other shit energy so you can focus in class. That's all that be. you know, cool. As I always say, cool. I'll know if I taught you something by what we talking about today. I don't know if I taught you something by what we talking about today. Let me see what's on your brain today. 424. Ain't no need to send me emails about class stuff when you got my number. Ain't no need to annoy me when I'm off the air, for I am free. Press one. That mean I value my time. I'm not trying to be old like the rest of y'all with all this shit on y'all brain. Some of y'all younger than me and look twice as old. Some of y'all my age and look 75. Press one. Some of y'all so that's on y'all. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Y'all lived young, fast. Press one. God preserved me. You lived a life, and y'all lived and learned so much about nothing. Only thing that come out of it is nothing. I'm talking shit early. Hit the like button and subscribe. I was watching Princella over there with Charleston White. I was watching the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. So, KevRow University is here. Coffee and Kush TV is there reacting off of all of the silly shit my silly ass see on the internet. So make sure you are there on the Patreon so you can be a supporter of not only this show, but of that show as well. Am I good to go? All right. Where we at? 424-209-9506. Taj, you sent me some emails. You know what I mean? Not emails. That this other nigga sent me some damn emails. I don't even like emails. You sent me on my Discord. Call it in so I can get my class out the way. 424-209-95. I don't and your brain has been on the
Wood would form Marco
to that. We'll get back to that. But what it all is all gonna make sense because it's kind of like Willy Wonka. So let me put this script on for y'all, and then we're gonna discuss. Shout out to Compton Cuz. Compton Cuz be sitting back like, damn, Kev don't came a long way. So today we're gonna be talking about Disneyland. Press one. We're gonna be talking about Disney. And I love movie days because everybody like movie days at the Row. Shit, it opens up the discussion. But Taj is about to see why his brain is stuck on the gold. Why the other brother in the Carolinas is stuck on the gold. Everybody got their own appeal. You got to think of it. You ever seen the devil dressed up like a circus ringleader in these TV shows and movies? Because he is. Because he is. Now, I don't want to make y'all mad at me, but everything we've been learning from the allegories and shit like that is also applied in these stories of these myths. Cowboys and Indians, gold and sunken ships, and this one and that one. You don't know the trick behind your psychosis. Damn, Kev is smart. You don't know how they got you brainwashed and how you don't understand why you are dead in law or incompetent. You don't understand because you believe in the puppet government. You really think the TV got power over you. You like those people, oh, it's hurting me. Look what the TV is doing to me. Y'all fucked up. Y'all need to go outside. Y'all fucked up. Y'all brainwashed and allowed the TV to diagnose you with everything you accepted. Nigga, every problem, nigga, every fucking, does your butthole hurt? Is your coochie pink and your booty hole brown? If so, call me, the doctor, at 1-800. Diagnose yourself from this television set. So that's all pretty much everybody been doing is diagnosing themselves with different traumas by way of entertainment. And they're attached to this and it runs them. They actually think the president controls the state. But we're going to get to it. I'm going to show you why. Okay? So Taj will never have to be asleep again. Taj is not real. Like Turtle Island ain't real. It all come from Operation Mockingbird.
On June 15, 1959, Disneyland Park celebrated its first major expansion with a television special hosted by Walt Disney himself. The star-studded event was billed as the second opening of Disneyland.
Look familiar? We'll continue on.
A true spectacle. Among its viewers were 4 men, huddled in a small motel room in Wakefield, Massachusetts.
Look familiar?
They were as impressed as they were disappointed. All of them had been at the park 4 years prior for its grand opening. All of them had played a major role in the park's development, and all 4 were now on the other side of the country, pulling 14-hour days on their own theme park project. That would be less impressive.
Mermaids, not real.
And visited by less people. In that moment,
Wall Street, not real.
All but one of them wished they were back at Disneyland. Once the special was over, they turned off the TV, cracked open some beers, and played a few rounds of poker to get their minds where their bodies already were, away from Anaheim.
You gotta love Compton Cuz for pulling that drive-by with that info on Disney. And you know, we went over this already, but to go back and listen to it is something else. So you're in Freedom Land. That's your mentality. Your brain is in Freedom Land. That's your diagnosis too. Freedom Land. That's the name of the park. That's the name of the trauma. I mean, the programming. Freedom Land.
C.V. Wood was a hustler at best and a con man at worst. He was born on December 17, 1920, in a small town in Oklahoma, although he would often claim that he was from Texas, which he had moved to around.
You see, Brian King? Is it making sense? Land of the free. Freedom Land.
The age of 8. His father worked for the Santa Fe Railroad during the height of the Great Depression, but Wood resented the poverty of his youth, so he rarely mentioned it. Wood would claim that he had a degree in engineering from the University of Oklahoma, but there is no proof of this, and many close to him doubted the accuracy of the claim. Despite this, Wood was able to land multiple engineering jobs just by saying he was qualified and hoping that no one checked, which they did not. Even his own name, CV, was not free of Wood's fabrications. CV stood for Cornelius Vanderbilt Wood. Some say it stood for Commodore Vanderbilt.
And CV is also on the back of your debit card, but we'll continue.
But if someone asked him, his name was C for nothing, V for nothing Wood. He preferred Woody anyways. Woody sold his mistruths and exaggerations.
You see? Woody. Us toys. See at Woody.
With a cartoonish Texas accent and a showman's personality. His biggest fear in life was returning to poverty, and his greatest goal was prominence. He had learned to play life like a poker game. Woody wasn't dealt a good hand, so
what I tell you, I don't play chess. I play what? Poker. That's what I play.
Learned to bluff, and no one had called him on it. Woody eventually went to work for the Stanford Research Institute, an economic development firm who in 1953 was hired by Walt and Roy Disney to help in the construction of Walt's amusement park. Harrison Buzz Price, an economist at Stanford, and
Harrison Buzz Price. Where did the cowboy meet the spaceman? Right here. You don't understand it. You don't know that the cartoon is the fucking let me get back to it.
And Woody
the subversion.
Tasked with finding a location for the park, as well as researching many of the logistics of operating such a business. Woody stepped into his role effortlessly. He casually chatted with landowners and leaked fake leads to the press so no one knew where Walt was intending to purchase land.
Which was illegal.
He was equal parts charming and manipulative. Woody and Buzz Price also conducted possibly the most thorough assessment of amusement parks at the time. And
1953 Trust Busters, R.T. Bell. Now, wait a minute. Now, remember R.T.? I said, you're going to be fucking alarmed. No more allegories. No more. No more Dream World. No more, I'm going to show you. Good call, R.T. Bell.
soon
Good
C.B.
call.
Wood was a qualified expert in his field, more qualified than he had ever been as an engineer. In April 1954, with construction on the park set to begin, Roy Disney asked Wood to lead the Stanford Research Institute. And
Hashtag what? 54. Go back to the bungalow and get your program, fool. What? Yo, University is now in the bungalows.
joined Disneyland full-time as its general manager and executive vice president. It also made him the park's first employee. He was expected to stay at least through the construction and the first year of operation. Growing up, Woody had developed a close-knit group of friends, which nicknamed themselves the Bombers, after a World War I film that they had watched.
Huh?
The Bombers, after a World War I film that they had watched. The Bombers remained friends into their adulthood and constantly hired one another onto their projects, after obtaining to stay at least through the construction and the first year of operation. Growing up, Woody had developed a close-knit group of friends, which nicknamed
There's your look. What we looking at? Come on.
themselves the Bombers, after a World War I film that they had watched.
Come on.
The Bombers remained friends into their adulthood and constantly hired one another onto their projects. After obtaining this position at Disneyland, Woody did not hesitate in hiring many of his childhood friends and other acquaintances. One bomber, Earl Shelton, would become Disneyland's site manager. One of Wood's former bosses, Fred Schumacher, who would help develop the 1939 New York World's Fair, would be brought on as a park executive. A former co-worker of Wood's, Van Arsdale France, would join Disneyland to train the park's employees. Joe Fowler, a retired Navy admiral that Wood had worked with while at SRI,
I don't even think the first parts were even real.
A former co-worker of Wood's, Van Arsdale France, would join Disneyland to train the park's employees. Joe Fowler, a retired Navy admiral that Wood had worked with while at SRI, was brought on to oversee the construction of the Mark Twain riverboat. It was as if Woody was planning a coup, and Walt grew suspicious of his
It's
intentions.
as if Woody was planning a what? A coup.
Who would help develop the 1939 New York World's
Listen.
Fair, would be brought on as a park executive. A former co-worker of Wood's, Van Arsdale France, would join Disneyland to train the park's employees. Joe Fowler, a retired Navy admiral that Wood had worked with while at SRI, was brought on to oversee the construction of the Mark Twain riverboat. It was as if Woody was planning a coup, and Walt grew suspicious of his intentions. Woody was a man that was always moving forward, climbing the ladder, and being Disneyland's general manager, there was nowhere else for him to go. Walt tended to resent the suits within his organization, as they often
Those are government officials, man.
limited his creative
That's a fucking foreign governments right here.
visions. But Walt soon learned that Wood was on another level. He was willing to do or say anything for the sale. However, as uncomfortable as Walt was with Woody's business practices, he and Roy needed him, especially when it came to securing sponsors for the park. As construction continued, tensions between Walt and Woody rose through a series of incidents. Wood was frustrated by Walt's attention to detail with the park, believing that it was unnecessary. At one point, Wood approached Walt about a raise in the throes of construction. Walt turned him down. Disneyland was running out of funds quickly, and Walt was offended by Wood's audacity. Woody, still believing he deserved a higher pay and now feeling insulted by Walt, secretly set up a series of kickbacks with small vendors who wanted it in Disneyland. On top of this, Walt would blame Woody for much of the chaos of Disneyland's opening, referred to as Black Sunday. Walt
Referred to as, write this down, Black Sunday.
believed that the lack of crowd control and the many non-operating attractions was the fault of the park's manager. Once Disneyland was open and deemed a success, Woody, in his pursuit of fame, tried to inch himself into the spotlight. When Vice President Richard Nixon was given the key to Disneyland, Wood was the one who presented it. In November of 1955, just a few months after
So the presidents get the keys. Gotcha.
Disneyland's opening, Walt debuted the Mickey Mouse Club Circus just outside the park, which Wood was firmly against. After the circus failed to attract guests, Wood suggested that they make changes, which prompted Walt to respond.
Look, Woody,
respond with, quote, "God damn you, this is my circus."
Dream
Roy
of
was
it.
constantly intervening between the two, but from Wood's perspective, he often had to mediate between Walt and Roy. Perhaps Wood's most suspicious move while at Disneyland was the way in which he courted Ron Miller, Walt's son-in-law, at one point convincing Miller that Walt was irrational in his plans for the park. Almost
Hitler and them got face plants, got surgery. Look at it around his face, his ear. At the time, you can see the whole thing, the whole new face. You can see it. You can see they were getting surgery at the time. They mentioned that in The Man in the High Castle. But yeah, you can see the scars right there, just like females who get BBLs. You can see it right there.
as if to draw more of the Disneyland team to his side. Walt might have felt threatened by Wood, and the
Ain't that what's in the back of the Catholic Church? Ain't that where ain't that what it be looking like?
group of followers that he was acquiring within his own organization, fearing that he would be betrayed with Disneyland, as he had with Oswald the Lucky Rabbit and Universal, or with the strike in his own studio. Whether it was Wood's manipulation, Walt's paranoia, or a mix of both remains unclear, but the series of incidents led to Wood's firing in January of 1956. Woody was out of Disneyland, but he did not intend to leave the amusement park business. While he might have lost the hand, he was leaving with an ace up his sleeve. After his departure from Disney, Wood would form Marco Engineering Incorporated to build other theme parks throughout the United States. The design firm was ingenious, as many wealthy entrepreneurs and real estate investors were striving to copy Disneyland's success. Wood used his time at Disneyland as his main selling point and recruited many Disney
They try to hide, they try to whitewash their face so you don't see these culprits back. These are real fucking guys back here. Okay.
Disneyland employees away from Walt and to Marco. The firm's first major project came in 1957, with a park to be named Magic Mountain in Golden, Colorado. Magic Mountain was planned to be an educational theme park based on Colorado history, with an Indian village and western town.
With an Indian village and a western town.
There was also to be a futuristic city of Mars and a fairy tale castle, like
perfect for Elon Musk. Oh, cowboys, Indians, and space. Oh yeah, this is Toy Story Part 4.
drawing inspiration from a source unrelated to Colorado history. The park would only be constructed partially, with many of the original plans scrapped. After Magic Mountain, Marco would design Pleasure Island.
Pleasure Island. Now that's Epstein Island, but nobody's going to talk about that. But Pleasure Island, Moby Dick and him.
In Wakefield, Massachusetts, another park with more than a few similarities to Disneyland. Some even called it the Disneyland of the Northeast. However, the park to truly hold the label, the Disneyland of the East, would be Wood's next project. Van France, who had left Disneyland to work with Wood once again, recalled finishing work on Pleasure Island's first season. Wood had already left the project to pitch a new
first season. Let me stop.
Park to New York. Wood told France to meet him in Manhattan. When he arrived at Wood's hotel room, Woody simply pointed at the table.
You see that Indian in the back? That's why Dan Calloway say we was already here, because of the props that was going on around the world. Press 1. Do y'all know most of the stuff that y'all think are heirlooms and stuff are props from movie sets from 30, 40, 120, 200 years ago? Do you know that? Nope. The cartoons will tell you. But now it's going to make sense to you. Yeah. All of it. Nothing but scripted bullshit.
France to meet him in Manhattan. When
This
he
gonna
arrived
hurt-
at
this
Wood's
gonna hurt
hotel
y'all.
room, Woody simply pointed at the table. On top of it sat a check for $13 million. With little more than his Texas charm and Disneyland on his resume, Woody had sold a theme park to the wealthy elite of New York City. The park was to be named Freedomland USA. The goal
Press 1. What's the goal?
of the park was to, quote, tell the whole American story in one vast area shaped like our country's map and send it to the wealthy elite of New York City. The park was to be named Freedomland USA. The goal of the park was to, quote, tell the whole American story in one vast area shaped like our country's map and segmented into states. Shaped like our country's map and segmented into states. Named Freedomland USA. The goal of the park was to, quote, tell the whole American story in one vast area shaped like our country's map and segmented into states.
Alrighty. Freedom Land. Yeah. Ain't the bankers out of New York? Yeah. So this was their plan to wipe out society and enter an entertaining phase of the world where they would entice you with all of these beautiful fabricated stories of whatever they were of the past. Each one making its round. You start in New York and you go all the way around the world like Gulliver's Travels. Press one, and you end up in California, Oregon. Go all the way down. You go all the way around. Each one, you're learning something new of your past, of your past, of America's past. This is how they took one estate and made it into 50. Yes, ma'am. They took one estate and made it into 50 and falsely added some lines to say this is Nevada, this is this what. They took one estate and made it into 50 so that everyone can come in a corporate state, a dead state, an entertaining yet dead state, not of law, of corporate policy and puppet government. So whether it be by hologram or television or fucking Mickey Mouse at his kingdom, doesn't matter. If it's in Florida and California, if Mickey Mouse is in Washington or in Maine, you at Disneyland. But let's continue on.
Around 80 acres would be required for the US-shaped park, compared to Disneyland's 60 acres. Knowing that finding that much land in the densely populated New York City would be difficult, Wood pitched the project.
Remember, this is a psychological war. Okay, so I know it's making sense to a lot of y'all, but I don't want others falling back. Like, wait, what the fuck does that mean? It means Operation Mockingbird and Paperclip. This is all a part of it. Your entertainment is the operations of former Nazis and German and swastika mind control fanatics. And you've been probably fighting your whole life not knowing what it looks like. Press one. Well, it looked like this. Your mind control looked like this. It got history like this. So you think everything you got mind controlled from this point forward was real, but it was all a part of the estate, the theft of the estate. Our RT Bell says the trust busting in the 1950s. They need you in this state of mind. They need you in this state of mind. See, in this state of mind, you will chase every dream it presented to you. You will believe everything that came out the circus. You think the clown is real. You think you think Donald Duck who come out waving in his suit and tie is real. You think he got power over your life. You think Chippendale, the Rescue Rangers is real. They got you don't even got no money in your bank account. But your girl wants you to go to motherfucking Disneyland for somebody's birthday and trade in your hard-earned money to ride on it's bigger than some goddamn roller coasters. Okay? What did you used to get at Disneyland? A certificate. Press one. Shit, I wouldn't be surprised if you got a birth certificate because you got a certificate of live birth. Press one. Your ass coming from a different nation, coming here, that's a certificate of live birth, bro. So are we going there? All right. See, Ty. So the groundbreak was when? The 4th of July. Hello? The 4th of July. I think I've waken you up over the last 2 years for you to see where I'm going. Come on.
But it was delayed until August 26th. In September, it was announced that Fred Schumacher, who Woody had brought on as an executive at Disneyland, would serve as Freedomland's vice president and general manager, the same roles Woody had held at Disneyland. Other Disney people included Cliff Walker, the lead designer on the Jungle Cruise, who would be the director of operations at Freedomland,
And where the black people was pretending to be jungle.
Earl Shelton, Woody's childhood friend and Disneyland's site manager, would be an executive at Freedomland. Van France would continue with macro engineering,
Oh my goodness, this is Gorbachev's little cousin right here.
training Freedomland's employees as he had done at Disneyland. And these were just a few of the
And you now know Disneyland employees wasn't even allowed to leave. They got a whole nation at Disney. Why? Because they're all foreigners. You might get caught, nigga, out there in that wilderness and nigga gotta go back. Press
many
one.
Disneyland employees that would contribute to Freedomland.
Disney hired the
By the
most
time
international people ever, bro. Now that you think about it, like, how many people do they? All foreigners.
The park was under construction. Plans for the 1964 New York World's Fair had been unveiled. The fair became a goal line for the park. The team believed that the World's Fair would draw massive crowds into New York City, and these crowds would likely spend a day at Freedomland.
So you got to ask yourself, how much of Freedomland's knowledge do you have in your brain? Everything in that motherfucker. Every historical fact that you know of great battles came from Freedom Land. And this was early 1900s. It wasn't even in the 50s. They started this early. But let's just keep it with the same mentality because these are the same individuals. This is a long war. So where along this path are you? Like Magic Mountain, when you go get the pamphlet, when you go over there and you go, where are we at this theme park? Oh, we right here. The next stop is the orangutan at the zoo. Where are you at in life? This is what you believe in your brain. So, oh, we at the motherfucking George Washington Monument. Oh, we right here. This is where they said Indians defeated Custer and surrounded them. Oh, we over here. So you've been fascinated in your mind by, you see, that's why you're in your, you believe the initial brochure you got when you got to the World's Fair. You still got the pamphlet in your brain. That's like remembering the walkthrough at Magic Mountain at Six Flags. Like, you still got that from 2007? Well, America still has its theme park mentality since they've got here. That's how they got over on you. You started believing this. You started believing their fictitious circus-like magical, but it's really just gypsies and roamers. That's why they're so fixated on Rome, because they're Romanians, roamers, people who travel. That's why the wagon wheel sit in front of a lot of these people's house. Y'all don't know why that wagon wheel sitting in front of these white people's house from way back in the day. Well, the wagon wheel was where they parked, and they're making this my house. This is where the wagons dropped. When in real reality, they were given free homes. You remember that? But they gotta upkeep the story. I'm gonna put the wagon wheel in front of my house. Okay, that's like me putting a Mickey Mouse outside my window. What the fuck does that mean? In reality, other than, oh, that's Mickey Mouse. Oh, those are nice people because they got Mickey Mouse. Wherever I leave my hat is my home. That was Morris World. There you go. Wherever I lay my hat is my home. No, you are a foreigner, and you have come with foreigners, especially this regime who use propaganda to get you here. But let's continue on.
Believe even influence.
And then they trying to act like they don't know what the World's Fairs was. The World's Fairs was indoctrinating centers, and they were huge. And in fact, Who knows where they were? If it was a black, knowing these people, they probably put black people on one side and white people on the other side and said, enjoy y'all. And black people probably thought it was a war. We gonna get to that. Press one. We're gonna indefinite, yeah, but we gonna get to that. You may have been put inside of a camp, a theme parkish style bullshit, and when you come out of it, all your shit's gone. Everything has changed. It's like a new world. But we'll get to it.
Freedomland's advertising, with promotion for the park rolled out nationwide to familiarize the country with Freedomland before they traveled to the fair. Freedomland would miss its June 1st deadline, but would open a few weeks later, on June 19th, 1960.
Oh, so it was supposed to open up on the 4th, on July 4th, but instead it opened up on June 19th. Huh? So Freedomland opened up on Juneteenth?
Not like this. Not like this.
Huh? 4th of July and Juneteenth? This is what y'all caught in, bro? Fucked you up, didn't I? I kicked your ass today, didn't I? You got your freedom on the 19th of June? Love, love. I fucked him up, love, love. Look at that one. I'm going to let that sit. I'm going to let that sit right there. Look at that. Look at that. So what you celebrating is your own your own downfall. You celebrating international's freedom. That's what you celebrating. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Ain't got nothing to do with you, champ. And have everything to do with them. Remember, Martin Luther King even said, I walked my people into a burning house. They got us, bro. They tricked us. We're going to Washington. Walked right in they shit. And said, we want to be equal in they shit. And we want basic freedoms in they shit. Imagine being foreigners who don't got no basic nothing. To see other people who got all the freedom that they can ever ask for and everything that they ever wanted, fighting to give them freedom. So now it's a black and white game. I don't like white people and white people don't like me, but it's really about the ultimate game. That's what we're supposed to do. That's how we about to assimilate into a federal system. I told you. Emancipation enslaved you. Abraham Lincoln enslaved. You didn't get free. You were enslaved. And then you find out that all of these presidents were what? Puppets, AI figures. It wasn't even real. The person y'all see up on, y'all got as Abraham Lincoln is a clay puppet figure with fake eyes, fake ears. Y'all believe that this is, you got to be Compos Mentos to believe that he set you free. For if they believe they are free, they will never try to get free. So when you get free, this is what you in. You want freedom? Come to the park at June 19th. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, so you want to live in allegories. Okay, let's keep going.
As with Disneyland, Freedomland's debut would be chaotic. The park's pavement was one of the last things to be finished, in a similar situation to Disneyland. At Disney's park, the heels of women's shoes sunk into the asphalt. Freedomland's situation was slightly worse, as the land beneath the park
and people was
swampland.
noticing it wasn't even real. Wait a minute, what is this? How they feet sink into the... Wait, what is this? It wasn't what it was.
With some sections of it having been used as a landfill. By some accounts, this led to springs from old mattresses poking their way up through the pavement and tripping visitors.
Nigga, they could have been whole trap doors around that bitch. A whole death sentence, nigga. Press one, you go watch a circus and the whole flow fall out. And bury their ass right there. You never know. You never know. Where are the black people? Okay? Enough of the slave stories. Where are African Americans? The original, where are the organic people of the land?
with some sections of it having been used as a landfill. By some accounts, this led to springs from old mattresses poking their way up through the pavement and tripping visitors. Also in a parallel to Disneyland, opening day was hot, the water fountains weren't operational, and many of the attractions were roped off. Wood, who had been blamed
Everything, all attractions was roped off.
for Disneyland's botched opening, was looking more like a common denominator rather than an innocent bystander.
No, something else was going on.
However, opening day did successfully draw over
Something else was going on.
60,000 people into Freedomland. New York Mayor Robert Wagner would declare June 19th Freedomland Day.
Mortimer, the sailboat.
Yep, here comes the 4th Cavalry stage, right on time. Now, this may be Indian territory, and it may look like the Old West, but the time is today, and the place is Freedomland,
Okay.
a big entertainment park in the Bronx, in the state of New York, just half an hour by subway from Times Square in New York City.
Guests would enter Freedomland as millions had, through New York. The first
The first will enter through New York. Go ahead.
theme section, named Little Old New York, was the city in the mid to late 19th century. Old New York was similar to Main Street USA in that it mainly consisted of era-specific shops and modes of transportation. The most advertised of all of the stores was certainly the replica of the first New York Macy's, which sold toys, hats, and other souvenirs.
This is unbelievable.
The main attraction of the land was the horseless carriage, an antique cars ride through a mock New England countryside. KevRow Development, the company which had contributed many attractions to Disneyland, was responsible for the antique cars as well as numerous other Freedomland rides. As with Disneyland, Wood recruited sponsors for many of Freedomland's restaurants, shops, and attractions, packing in even more companies than he had with Disneyland. Freedomland also
Say it again. The Trojan horse. Say it again. A Trojan horse. Are those real police officers? Fuck no. At Disney they is.
featured costumed actors portraying citizens of the time periods.
Told you. Portraying what?
Attractions to
Say it
Disneyland
again.
was responsible for the
Say
antique
it
cars
again.
as well as numerous other Freedomland rides. As with Disneyland, Wood recruited sponsors for many of Freedomland's restaurants, shops, and attractions, packing in even more companies than he had with Disneyland. Freedomland also featured costumed actors portraying citizens of the time periods. In Little Old New York, a suffragette and a police officer would perform and interact with visitors. After the New York section was Old Chicago. Unlike the broad time period of Freedomland's New York area, Old Chicago was set at a very specific date and time. In October of 1871,
Come on now.
the Great Chicago Fire killed around 300 people and did unfathomable damage to the city.
They destroyed the whole city and only killed 300 people. No family.
After the fire, a reporter for the Chicago Republican newspaper claimed that the fire was started in the barn of Irish immigrant Catherine O'Leary while she was milking her cow. He claimed that the cow kicked over a lantern, which started the fire, a story that was soon published throughout the country.
The bull gave light to the world because it allowed all of them. Y'all remember I put Baal and worship at the world fairs and shit with the bull? See, y'all got to understand what they're saying. Fire is how Prometheus stole fire from the gods, remember, and gave it to Nimrod, our man. Think about it. Think about the shit that's being said to you in a different form.
Being accepted far and wide as the reason for the destruction, fueled by anti-poverty, anti-Irish,
That's why it
and
looked like.
anti-Catholic
That's why it looked like it's illuminated right there. It's like some. Oh, it was meant to happen.
sentiments. 40 years later, the reporter admitted that he and two of his co-workers had made the story up. It's up for debate which is more embarrassing, that these people would ruin the reputation and life of
Look.
an innocent woman to sell a
Look
few
at the cow
papers,
head,
or that it
exactly
took
like
three
who?
people to fabricate
Come
a
on.
story in which a cow kicks over a lantern. No matter, O'Leary, who reportedly, quote, died heartbroken in 1895, and the cow, who died likely oblivious at an unreported date, were cleared of all guilt. But that did not stop Freedom Land USA, a park
Look, it wasn't even a real fire. Look.
posted as, quote, authentic in every
Look.
detail, for continuing to
Look.
debate which
I
is
knew
more
it.
embarrassing,
Look.
that these people would ruin the
It's real in
reputation
that
and
right
life
there.
of an
Look.
innocent woman to sell a few
They
papers.
are
or that it
hiding
took
what they did with this.
3 people to fabricate a story in which a cow kicks over a lantern. No matter, O'Leary, who reportedly, quote, died heartbroken in 1895, and the cow, who died likely oblivious at an unreported date, were cleared of all guilt. But that did not stop Freedom Land USA, a park boasted as, quote, authentic in every detail, for continuing to point the finger at O'Leary. In fact, visitors to Freedom Land could literally point at O'Leary and her cow, as they were featured in the old Chicago area as walk-around characters. The Chicago fire itself was also recreated. The brochure stated, quote, "The Great Chicago Fire was a disaster. Today, it's spectacular entertainment."
Fire! Look at that!
Once every 20 minutes, a controlled fire was started on a group of buildings.
Now you know why all those buildings was burnt out. Look,
Old Chicago
when Theodore Roosevelt was doing all that,
As
I was like,
walk-around.
why did it look like they're bombed? And I was like, was this taking place in Europe or in America? Because this looked like Germany. No, nigga, it's all done at the World's Fair.
Characters. The Chicago fire
It's all
itself
done
was
here.
also recreated. The brochure stated, quote, "The Great Chicago Fire was a disaster. Today, it's spectacular entertainment."
Fire! Look at that!
Once every 20 minutes,
It looks so much older when it's in black and white. It looks like, what the fuck?
a controlled fire was started on a group of buildings, and a hand-pumped fire engine was
Look.
rolled out. Children were encouraged to help pump the water to put out the flames. Also in Old Chicago was the Great Lakes, a man-made waterway in which a sternwheeler and a tugboat took guests on a scenic tour,
The Great Lakes, a man-made waterway.
with bands on board to
This is why fucking the Truman Show is made like that.
lead them in song. There was also a station for the park's railroad, the Santa Fe Railroad, based on the real-life railway that Wood's father had worked on.
They made a whole history right here. How hard was them to dress up and wear military garb and get on the train and put all this theater on in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s when they're doing it in 1920, 30, 40, 50, 67, all that. They're doing it, bro.
After
As a
Old
matter of fact, they're doing it and doing it and doing it well.
Chicago
That's
was
why-
the Great Plains, set between 1803 and 1900. This area featured Fort Calvary,
Look.
a log stockade straight from the, quote, Indian fighting days. Inside, guests could learn
Look
to
at look at Dane Calloway and them fighting. There's their forefathers. Press 1. There's the Indian fighting the cowboys.
square dance and lasso, while also seeing bandits get caught, charged, and even attend their funeral.
That's why I
after
always
they were
say,
hung.
how
In
y'all
Indian
getting all y'all history from the same people you say beat y'all up? Come on, bro.
Village
We
originally-
ain't never lived in no TP unless we was conquered by the Red Cross, bro.
located in Old Chicago, was eventually moved to this area as well.
Mama
The
gonna put
major
no damn
attraction of the
us in
land
no
was the
damn TP and live on no damn river. Are you a fool? Last time your people did some shit like that is when God put them on earth.
stagecoach, which gave guests a tour of the plains, and even
Look, now here go the stagecoach information. Where Taj at? Where my stagecoach people at? Here
well,
come.
the
Look,
major attraction of the land was the stagecoach, which gave guests a tour of the plains, and even crossed a river. After the Great Plains was San Francisco, also set in a specific year, 1906,
oh my goodness.
the year of the Great Earthquake.
Oh my goodness. Right when Wells Fargo things was coming, the year of the great earthquake. American history is fun when you know you're on a roller coaster. Press 1. When you know you're living in an amusement park and this ain't real history, now it's easier. My heart is at ease last night. I said, oh, it's over. It's over. God wanted, I don't have that stigma. It's not even fucking real.
In another disaster-turned spectacle, the
See how they were in the 1950s and bounced back to the 1910s and 1909? So did color. Went right back to 1909, black and white too. And from those points, you were able to say, look what they was doing in 1909. Nigga, y'all looking at pictures that was taken, them pictures of white people at 1909, that was taken at the World's Fair. And y'all got them in picture books like that was really happening. Like your great grandma was a real cowboy living on a plane, and it was me, motherfucker. Imagine if I go to Universal Studios, and I go take a picture going through Star Wars with the Star Wars men. Imagine what they gonna tell them people in the future what I did. You see this guy right here? Oh yeah, he was a lightsaber guy. He was the fighting with E.T. E.T. came and then he met Bert and Ernie. Then he went in. You know how you take pictures at theme parks and you go home and your kids. I just did it with my daughter, bro. Got beautiful pictures of us on the roller coasters, putting on our hats together. Doing things that we wouldn't normally be doing at the crib. And come to find out that that's not really what was going on. Y'all was part of the Mickey Mouse 33 Club and taking a lot of photos, and we thought you was really there. When they took them pictures of them Indians, and y'all niggas is up here saying, hold up, where the pictures at? And y'all up here saying that these Indians is our forefathers? No, they not, nigga. They from the World's Fairs. And them pictures that they got is the pictures because they was at work. Like the pipe. You ever been to the Pirates of the Caribbean show? Press one, nigga. You ever seen they pictures on the wall when you go up in that bitch? That's what y'all took the pictures off the wall and said, dude, look, I was a pirate. You went on damn pirate. You was at the World Fair where they made us believe we was on pirates for 30 minutes while we ate food, bro. What are you doing? Press one. You wasn't a pirate. You wasn't a turtle. You don't live on the back of a turtle. You got that from the World Fair. The World Fair is the only place in the world. Press one. These Boy Scouts, they mad they had to go to the World Fair. The World Fair is the only place where you'll learn such jargon. The cowboys was fighting the Indians, and that's how all the gold ended up in Hitler's hands. Get the fuck out of here. You genocided and paper genocided African Americans, bro. Okay? The medieval times. You ever been there? I'm trying to enjoy my macaroni and cheese, and this nigga got a sword. Talking about, hold steady. Get your ass away from my plate, spitting around the first one. But I wasn't really in medieval times. I really drove my car and press one and put this dumb outfit because they said this is how we supposed to eat here and had this. And then they gonna freeze frame it to 1903. Press one. Come on, guys. They were doing that shit way back then.
The main attraction of the area would be Earthquake, a dark ride that took guests through the streets of San Francisco during the earthquake that killed over 3,000 people.
Oh my goodness. The first one, the fire murdered everybody. Now the earthquake where you just left, it just murdered everybody too. Boy, Mother Earth love you and hate us.
Buildings crumbled, houses slid, and fires broke out as the dark ride progressed.
Oh my
San
God.
Francisco also had a stop for the Santa Fe Railroad.
Look.
The other main attraction of the area was the Northwest Fur Trapper, Freedomland's Jungle Cruise equivalent, which took guests on a fur trapping journey along the Pacific Northwest, where they would have to avoid collapsing bridges, cougar attacks, and, quote, an ambush by totem pole Indians. By this point in the guests'
I don't believe it.
Freedomland journey, some might have noticed a slight bias in the park's storytelling.
Look, there's the animation.
Indian village would
Look at Dane Calloway and them. Look, that's not real Indian. Those are white people. Press one. That's not real Indian. Those are Romans and bear trappers and people getting ready for work, y'all. You not no Native American getting a benefit package from the federal government. Your ass is an employee of the state. You don't shut the fuck up. And you got Social Security benefit package coming your way.
members of the Penobscot tribe as actors.
The Penobscot. Press one. Here go the Penobscot.
And, quote, an ambush by totem pole
That's
Indians.
Elizabeth Warren right there. Look at Todd.
By this point in the guest's Freedomland journey,
Yeah,
some
just like them
might have
American
noticed
Indians.
a slight bias in the park's storytelling. While the Indian village would
Employees of the show. Boy.
feature members of the Penobscot tribe as actors, the Northwest Fur Trapper ride, Fort Cavalry, and the Stagecoach ride would refer to or depict indigenous people as aggressors.
Oh my goodness. That's how you scare the shit out of kids, huh? That's how you indoctrinate kids. You take them to the theme park and make them stay there. How long did it take for them to go to the theme park? It took, bro. Bro. 3 fucking years of indoctrination of what their history is and why black people climb Empire State Buildings holding white people. Bad people. Press 1. We good. We just had our hands up. Press 1. Amanda said they went back to pictures. Yes, because without the pictures, they don't exist. Without the illustration, keyword illusion, press 1. Without the time immemorial illusion, false time, and spaceman perceptions, none of it makes any sense. They have to live in pictographs and manipulate the pictures to put themselves in history. They don't exist here past this photo, but you do. You want to know how I know you do? Because I do, and they don't. Press 1, because look, this is 1842. Mr. Gillespie. Press 1. Mr. Ezekiel Gillespie. Press 1. 1818 to 1892. That's how I know. Because my name is strong. That's why. My name been here the longest, punk. That's why. Like Brittany said. That's why. So you can't tell me that you was around here when this black man named Ezekiel Gillespie, who y'all stole the clothes from, press 1. See, this guy know God. He's a preacher. He's a Presbyterian. Didn't even matter. Just know the word, know the law. Was he smiling in his picture and beguiling? Hell no, because the law is serious. I want a public defender like this. I need a lawyer like this, but one with such caring eyes, but so serious in his demeanor. Go in there and fuck them up and pull a Denzel for me, sir. Do that Denzel shit you do. Press 1, I know he care. Press 1, he mean and he nice. Press 1. What I'm just saying, family, we got to know the difference. Don't let them, we got real pictures. They don't have real pictures. They got pictures from the World Fair. There's one that says, I was here in 2000, and it was copyrighted in 2023, but the date on the picture says 1904. Bro, get the fuck. I'm finna do me some filters and make me look older too. Fuck this. They got a fine man like me and walking around in 1704. Let me make sure they do. They do. Press 1. Do.
Depicting the pioneers as rugged heroes. This Western aesthetic was popularized decades prior by Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show, and Freedomland would feature an actress portraying Annie.
Look at you. Who is this, Ma? Oh, this was me. And that was your great grandpappy after they defeated some blackies in Indian. Press 1. And then we only had 1 cigarette in 3 minutes before we caught the next wagon down the road.
Oakley, Buffalo Bill's famous sharpshooter. Freedomland marketed itself as edutainment.
Edutainment. The new amusement center combines history and fun, like KevRow. Press 1. God made me better. Nigga, the new amusement center. So they get 65 million? Man, hit that cash app, bro. I don't got enough. Press 1. I don't got enough, bro. I don't got enough, man. This shit wild.
But in reality, its focus was unbridled patriotism, far more than even Disneyland presented. Freedomland was the bedroom where Uncle Sam and Lady Liberty made Yankee Doodle Dandy. It was the idea of the USA brought to life. Nowhere was this more evident than in the park's mascot, the fictional Johnny Freedom.
Oh,
said to be
not Johnny Freedom.
A West show. And Freedomland would feature an actress per park storytelling, while the Indian Village would feature
not Johnny Freedom. I'm gonna make me a cool name up. Press what? Johnny Freedom, huh?
members of the Penobscot tribe as actors, the Northwest Fur Trapper Ride, Fort Cavalry, and the stagecoach ride would refer to or depict indigenous people as aggressors, while depicting the pioneers as rugged heroes. This Western aesthetic was
The
popular.
pioneers. And look at Wild Bill. Buffalo Bills, Wild West. Them killing Indian. So they don't got to say what they did to you. Press one. Wild Bill is the Devil Bill. That's Buffalo Bill. Wild Bill is Buffalo Bill. And Wild Bill is Rockefeller. Devil Bill is the one who went in business with the Catholic Church to steal your resources.
Not like this.
KevRow. Hit that like button. Hit
Not
that
like
Cash App, bro. Hit that like button and hit that Cash App. My Cash App, folk, today is, shout out to you for greatness. That's, who was that? Forrest Glory in the chat room. Brian King, shout out to you. Bobby Williams, Betty Hampton, Stephen Watson, and Taj, Ollie Ware, Jason Harris, Cedric Jefferson. God bless y'all in supporting the truth. Not troops. Well, troops too, but the truth.
Popularized decades prior by Buffalo Bill Cody's.
So was you an Indian while they was dressed up like this? No, you wasn't no damn Indian, Dane, fuckhead Calloway. Ain't no damn Indian. Ain't no damn. No. They eat some damn Indian. In Northwest East Side from there. We from here. I don't know where you from. To where you believe your mama and them used to live in teepees. It ain't never happened. You ain't never had no spear in your damn life. Y'all just want to assume the savage role. You want to be King Von of the Indians so bad.
Wild West show, and Freedomland would feature an actress portraying Annie Oakley, Buffalo Bill's famous sharpshooter. Freedomland marketed itself as edutainment, but in reality, its focus was unbridled patriotism, far more than even Disneyland presented.
I told you, patriotism. Unbridled patriotism. Unbridled. That's Adolf Hitler nationalism, okay? You don't know they were pumping them up to be white supremacists because they were being triggered from what they did learn from over there. They triggered them, bro. Oh, blacks do this. Indians do this. This is that. And the good guy is us wagging ears. Oh, and Manifest Destiny right with them too, huh? And then what they gonna do? Oh, here come the dolls. Oh, shit. Here they come. Oh, now we federalized fucking citizens, and we used to be freemen. Now we're fucking bought into the theme park of debt bondage. We thought y'all really had things going on. No, hell no. They was stealing clothes. Wasn't nothing going on. It was closed for most of the part. Wasn't nobody there but them. But them. Getting mind controlled about some guys. I wonder how many fucking World War II movies y'all made these people watch in World War I movies.
Freedomland was the bedroom where Uncle Sam and Lady Liberty made Yankee Doodle Dandy.
I told you. Fuck, I didn't even know that. Listen to the curveball. We need some good white people, some good white new friends that's gonna tell us about more symbolism. The Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Freedomland was the bedroom where Uncle Sam and Lady Liberty made Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Told you. Uncle Sam and Lady Liberty. Wild Bill and Manifest Destiny, the spirit of Manifest Destiny, made you little cowboys and little Indians. Man, that's how your little American ass got here.
It was the idea of the USA brought to life.
It was the idea of the USA brought to life. The idea made manifest.
It's more evident than in the park's mascot, the fictional Johnny Freedom.
And ain't that what blonde hair, blue eye, like Hitler said?
Said to be a, quote, representative of the American spirit of hard work and ingenuity.
Y'all can make Adolf Hitler wasn't even blonde hair, blue eye. Y'all can make that shit sound any way y'all want to. But I see you talking about somebody else, but the actions say you. That person gone. We don't know what the fuck was in his brain. But everything you saying is what y'all said about Adolf Hitler, and this is what the impression is. This nice little cowboy that wasn't even around with blonde hair, blue eye, and a Marlboro cigarette and a packet of cigarette. Shit. Johnny Freedom is the image of the American spirit. The American spirit. This is a false image of the American spirit. Oh my, he lives in America, present and his future in America. Oh, so they foreign. They know they foreigners. Let me get back to that. Oh, they know they foreign. They didn't say we was here first. A MAGA cowboy hat? Nah, I doubt that they say make America great again. But I mean, I don't see a MAGA cowboy hat. I just see a red hat.
Said to be a, quote, representative of the American spirit of hard work and ingenuity.
See, Mosley, if you ain't called in yet, moderators, keep your eye on him and that other account. Block him. Get him on 300 seconds. He ain't called in and ain't been a part. He just ain't talking in my chat room. I don't want that in my chat room no more. See, Mosley is gonna be the reason why I stopped doing what I do. I can't have you niggas typing in my chat room. Then before I go live, I'm like, but you don't even belong here. I don't want to do my audience like that because y'all hanging around here. Get on somewhere. Y'all don't come to class and participate. I don't want you typing in my shit. Period. You can call me whatever that you want to. I got the knowledge. You don't. If it was you, Mr. Mosley, you should use your voice for the last 2, 3, 4 years of speaking up. No more typing from you.
Was the Old Southwest, set in 1890, combining 3 southwestern towns, Tucson, Tombstone, and Santa Fe, into one themed area. Attractions included the Tucson Mining Company Sky Ride, Casa Loca, a tilted house, mine caverns, a 2-story dark ride taking guests on a journey through an old mine, and the Santa Fe Opera House and Saloon, which played Western stage shows. When the Santa Fe Railroad passed through the Old Southwest, bandits would often hold up the train.
Wow.
Guests could also send themselves a letter while in the Great Plains.
Wow. They can send themselves a letter. They can post it. Oh, they can mail themselves.
That a Pony Express rider would deliver to a post office in the Old Southwest.
What?
The road passed through the Old Southwest.
What?
Bandits would often hold up the train. Guests could also send themselves a letter while in the Great Plains.
Nationalizing themselves right here.
That a Pony Express rider would deliver to a post office in the Old Southwest.
Oh my
After
goodness.
The Old
That's a post office, bro.
West was New Orleans, where every day was Mardi Gras. New Orleans featured the train. Guests could also send themselves a letter while in the Great Plains.
Oh my
that a
goodness.
Pony Express rider would deliver to a post office in the Old Southwest. After the Old Southwest was New Orleans, where every day was Mardi Gras. New Orleans featured multiple dark rides, including Buccaneers, a dark ride that took guests in a ride car dressed like a pirate ship through multiple scenes of pirates and even an encounter with the sea serpent. It is suspected that one of Marco Engineering's former Disneyland employees was made aware of Walt's concept for a pirate walkthrough attraction. It is theorized that the success of Buccaneers influenced the decision to change Disneyland's walkthrough Pirate Wax Museum into a dark ride. Another natural disaster dark ride,
the Tornado,
named Tornado, took guests on a car ride during a violent twister.
Wow. You can never...
Viewing it destroy a family farm. Civil War took guests on wagons through a Engineering's former Disneyland employee.
Destroying a what? Does that sound like something? So you got that post office. You got the Tornado from what's that movie? Yellow Brick Road. Dorothy.
Was made aware of Walt's concept for
corporate fictional characters
for a pirate walkthrough.
Oh, it's being made right here.
Attraction. It is theorized
it's being made right here. Everything you need to usurp a government, it's right here.
Success of Buccaneers influenced the decision to change Disneyland's walkthrough Pirate Wax Museum,
the Trojan horse, like somebody
into
said
a dark
earlier.
ride. Another natural disaster dark ride, named Tornado, took guests on a car ride during a violent twister, viewing it destroy a family farm. Civil War took guests on wagons through a recreation of famous war scenes, using primitive animated figures. This was one of the park's most popular attractions, and it was partially created to capitalize off of the centennial of the Civil War, which would be celebrated from 1961 to 1965. New Orleans also featured an Aero Development Danny the Dragon ride, as well as the King Rex Carousel. The area was often referred to as Freedomland's Fantasyland equivalent. The seventh and final land of Freedomland was Satellite City, labeled as the future. The brochure stated, quote, "Freedomland has taken you on a tour of America's past. In Satellite City, you can step right into its future."
Wow.
This space-age land was geographically located in Freedom Lands, Florida, and many of the attractions were tied to the rocket launch site at Cape Canaveral. Attractions included the blast-off bunker, an educational walk through the Cape Canaveral control room with a simulated launch sequence, a moving sidewalk, and the Satellite City Turnpike, a sports car kiddie ride showcasing the future of highways, similar to Disneyland's Autopia. Satellite City's most striking attraction was the Braniff Space Rover, a flight simulator that was a combination of Disneyland's Rocket to the Moon and Circarama attractions, giving guests views from above Earth.
Futurama. Spinning around. You ain't come out the same.
Disneyland's Autopia. Satellite City's most striking attraction was the Braniff Space Rover, a flight simulator that was a combination of Disneyland's Rocket to the Moon and Circarama attractions, giving guests views from above Earth, specifically of South America and the United States. The show building resembled views from above Earth, specifically of South America and the United States. The show building resembled an enormous UFO, straight from the movies of the day. The park also had its own soundtrack, with original arrangements and songs for each land. Freedom Land, with its 7 themed areas and over 40 attractions, was impressive. While it clearly followed the Disneyland model, there were plenty of unique and innovative experiences that set Freedom Land apart. The major difference in its scale was Wood's attention to detail. He brought the philosophy he had while at Disneyland with him to Freedom Land. He believed that park guests focused on the big picture and not the tiny details. So while Freedom Land was bigger than Disneyland, it lacked the depth that came from Walt's perfectionist nature and the talent of his artists. But Wood might not have been completely wrong, as many visitors who had visited both parks believed Freedom Land was just as good, if not better, than Disneyland. Freedom Land seemed well positioned to be a success. It had plenty of attractions, space, and promotion, but there was one major problem that the park would face. It would have to operate seasonally. Due to New York's climate and leisure habits, it was decided to operate Freedom Land from June to October every year. This meant that in order to break even, Freedom Land would need to attract 2 million visitors in its first season.
Damn. So why do you think they was bringing all these people over here? How was all this going on during the civil rights and all this shit was going? Bruh.
The team was aiming for 4.5 million. This was going to be difficult. Many, including Walt Disney himself, were not sure that East Coast audiences would be as receptive to
I don't believe
Disneyland-type
what the fuck
parks
I'm
as
hearing.
the West Coast had been. It was a gamble, perhaps Wood's greatest yet, but if it were to fail, the main burden would fall to his investors. For now, though, Freedom Land's future was bright. A few widely published incidents would occur in the first few months of operation. Just after opening, one of the stage coaches overturned when the horses were spooked by the train's whistle. 10 people, including 3 children, were injured. 2 were hospitalized. On August 27th, one more robbery than planned was performed at the park, when 3 men held up the cash control center for real. They were shortly identified after one of the robbers read in the paper that they had stole a total of $28,000 when he had only received $5,000. After doing the math, he was so angry that he turned himself and the 2 others into the police. In the last few weeks of Freedom Land's first season, reports began to emerge detailing financial trouble the park was facing. Apparently, even before the park opened, Wood and Company had run out of money, offering web.
They don't program the whole army because the shit only lasted a few years.
And nap stock in the park rather than paying the rent, which Zeckendorf agreed to. The financial issues continued as the construction costs rose, and some major investors pulled out. To supplement this, Zeckendorf increased his share. Soon, Zeckendorf was a controlling shareholder, owning 40% in IRC. Zeckendorf stepped in and began operating the park, pushing out many of Wood's men, including Fred Schumacher. In the final weeks before Freedom Land closed for the season, the operating schedule was changed to weekends only, leaving many weekday guests confused when they arrived at the closed park. For a quarter, they were invited to tour the non-operating grounds. October 30th, 1960 would be
I just don't believe
the
it.
final day of Freedom Land's first operating season. The park had only managed to draw 1.5 million visitors, missing the necessary amount by 500,000 and falling far short of their goal for 4.5 million. By this point, Wood and Marco had moved on to their next project, a new park named Six Flags Over Texas to open in Arlington the following year. This left Zeckendorf with the keys to a failing park atop his lucrative land. The only way out that he could see was to invest more into the project. 2 live entertainment venues were added. The
Look at this. More time immemorial historical battles.
Hollywood
Programming.
Arena in the San Francisco section, and the Moon Bowl in Satellite City. However, the financial issues continued to pile up. Zeckendorf was already having a difficult time keeping a hold of Webb and Knapp's real estate empire, and Freedomland continued to be a money pit. Still, he hoped to turn it around. With the World's Fair just 3 seasons away, perhaps the park could turn a profit yet. Zeckendorf tried every trick that he knew, including restructuring assets between his companies to flow as much cash into Freedomland as possible. Ambitious plans for a Freedomland Inn were scrapped, and cheap amusements were added in an attempt to make a few quick bucks. Nothing seemed to work, and the park continued to lose money. After the 1962 season, the Tornado Dark Ride was sold to Kennywood in Pennsylvania, and other rides were put up for sale. Webb and Knapp began to auction the unused land surrounding Freedomland as Zeckendorf's empire continued to crumble. Zeckendorf tried to extend Freedomland's operating season, opening in late April for the 1963 season, and even considering putting on Christmas and winter activities. These would not come to fruition. On May 16, 1964, Freedomland would open for its 5th season. As the opening approached, rumors circulated that Freedomland might be sold and moved to Florida, although park officials stated that they were optimistic about their future in New York, especially since the World's Fair had opened the previous month. In July, it was reported that Zeckendorf and Webb and Knapp had relinquished their controlling stake in the National Development Company, which had managed the land under Freedomland, as well as selling their shares in IRC. Both companies would go to Zeckendorf's long-term collaborator and president of the National Development Company, Hyman Green.
These companies are not meant to survive.
Green was certain that with both the park and the land under his control, he would be able to save Freedomland, again citing the crowds coming to the New York World's Fair.
There's a black person. I seen the. Oh, well, that was in the 50s and 60s. But.
However, his confidence was misplaced. On September 13th, 1964,
I saw a black girl.
Freedomland closed its gates for the season. The next day, it filed for bankruptcy. The park was said to have been $27 million in debt. Hyman and Zeckendorf believed that they could sell a large portion of Freedomland, downsizing the theme park from its original 85 acres to a mere 30.
So, what is the Truman Show? What is the Truman Show? What is what is this so-called dream that everybody caught up in? Well, the dream that was initially produced by an invading army that people found entertaining. As their homes became less valuable, dams began to break, floods began to happen, wars began to break out, wars concluded, and where are you? What happened to all your land? What happened to your plot? What happened to your home? Well, it's historically documented that the United States federal government ripped it right from you and began doing this with foreign entities. In fact, your government is nothing more than a foreign occupational entertainment company meant to keep you smiling and beguiling, all to maintain control over you on this playing field. See, this ain't real, but it's real in your brain because you really think Abraham Lincoln set you free. You really believe there was a San Francisco earthquake. Most of y'all believe that y'all were slaves brought here from Africa and put in the World's Fair, human zoo. A lot of y'all thought y'all was Indians. A lot of y'all thought y'all was Egyptians. That stuff is just mere props. Yeah, that's mere prop to get you to believe in something that's not real. I've already proven to you that that's all God of the dead stuff. If any of that Osiris shit, Egyptian stuff was real, it won't be such a fantasy today. You wouldn't have to get back to being Egyptian and embracing your spiritual self or nothing. But the only spiritual self I see y'all really expressing is y'all sexuality and the way you look. Other than that, your brains ain't work. You don't own nothing. There's nothing you can really give a man, Mrs. ISIS. The ISIS of today, all y'all got is tattoos of unks on y'all with your titties out. Nothing. You have nothing to offer, nothing. So what's come to it? You got a nation full of dumb niggas who believe they Egyptian gods, and then when you talk about law and order, they know nothing of the sort. Only thing they want to do is sell packs, become Muslims, and pretend. There ain't no in our community. There ain't nothing going on. Ain't nothing going on at all. Social experiment? No. America is a genocidal, homicidal, using social experiments to distract from why they did what they did. It's not an experiment. It works because you, black people, care more about Crip Mac from 55th Street, YMW Melly, a child who's been misguided by track and his own mama, all this shit, without his daddy there, all type of shit. Y'all attracted to all the ignorance that's dealing with relationship advice from individuals who not in relationships. A lot of these people are homosexuals telling you not to fall in love with a man, or vice versa, telling you not to love a woman. So all these different 501c groups that are out here in association with Disney World, because who in your world, who's been turning y'all this way? Y'all say the same thing. TV, Instagram, this is doing it, and then they putting it all in our kids' face, but you're allowing it. I'm not arguing with this world no more. Y'all allowing yourselves to be used, abused, and sent on a path where you're not able to save your bloodline from. Because the woman can't save her son's bloodline. I just want to let y'all know. Press 1. No. You can't save my bloodline. There's nothing that you can do. How do I pass my bloodline on to what? What you got? What makes me want to, you feel me? Y'all don't even know how precious that is, G. That's a precious thing, bro. Your name, champ. Now I was watching Princella talk all this shit about men, and I'm tired. I'm ready to go to war with these people intellectually, and that's what I'll be doing. 424-209-9506. So yeah, they lost in space. B from Ohio, but it's more. They're lost in time immemorial. They're at the Truman Show. Press 1. All this is going on now. No need to daydream about what they've been doing to us. Tell me about how you're waking up from that daydream. You see? How are you waking up from the daydream? How are you going to wake up? Not the next person, not that nigga way around the way, not this one or that one. Because you see, I'm alive. Woo! That feels so good to know that I've lived and come to this realization that it was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Press 1. So you want to know how to steal the trust and whose name is on the trust. Press 1. So you don't want to know that because you're going to be looking at something you ain't never seen before. You don't want to know. You want to believe that you can do it, that you can separate yourself. I get callers all the time. So how can we redeem our own name? And how, Mr. Gillespie, how, don't ask me none of that shit, how you can redeem when I'm walking. Redeemed. Press 1, no jurisdiction. That's because you believe in allegories presented by Mickey Mouse, and I believe in the one true God of Israel, the King of the Jews. You believe in Mickey Mouse. You believe in your cousin word. You believe in everybody else's made up belief, but not me. Not Kev. I get to these understandings because I know God don't want me believing that. That's a corrupt form of belief in God, Kev. Press 1. To know God and to believe is to seek Where is he? How did we lose him? Press one. So we do these conspiracy shows and all of these great shows, but if you understand the Truman Show, then you understand this. I'm learning how to relate because you know the Truman Show. You know that. So you were placed inside of the Truman Show, and you have to get out of there. Press one. You got to get out of the Truman Show. Not what we did, because nothing, you own nothing. There ain't no reason to look for nobody gold. It's not yours. Press one. You shouldn't be looking for nothing from nobody. You have to get back to God, to the Father. Get back to the law, not allegories, not quantum mechanics. You got to get back to the law. That's all I'm proving. You got to get back to the law. And the reason why you can't see and why y'all keep going back into the allegory is the same equivalent to the woman who kept looking left and right. Oh, I just got something fascinating. Well, it's not for me. Ain't no reason to say sorry to me. Say sorry to you. I'm not in that. You look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm sorry for letting you down. You didn't let me down. I wake up every day on fire. Looking to be more inspirational, more knowledge and wisdom. You feel me? From my own depths of my soul displaying this type of mindset. You know, I can be talking about anything else. So I'm not waiting on no niggas or none of that shit. You know, if you gonna participate in class, are you not? Because Kev is moving on. Because Kev is moving on. See? Now, each one of y'all little quantum worlds and scientific and gold rushes and this one all exists within this mind state. You follow me? Press one if you following me. If you don't know about the genocide, you flipping around in history, that's because you're going back to the same roller coasters over and over again. You can't figure it out because you keep going back into the same roller coasters that you're comfortable. You don't want to go fly an airplane roller coaster because you're afraid of heights. You don't want to go on the submarine roller coaster because you're afraid of the water. Well, how you gonna know? How you gonna know anything and want to step out of the shell and know it's okay to speak? Men is afraid to talk. They talk all this shit on earth, but they afraid, ladies. You mentioned God and law and where man mind need to be. Your man, they gonna run from you. They gonna run because men don't want to be. They don't want to know that they gotta wake up. They don't want. That's a different responsibility. They've been down in a woman for so long. They don't know. They're tired. They don't even know what to say about you no more. The red pill community, they don't even know what to say no more. It's just, because it ain't them. It's you. It ain't them at all. When I did the Man on the Grind is the Prize, boy, all of the dating shows came. Kevin Samuels came and died. Press one, all of y'all. Oh yeah, we is the prize, and this one and that one. Y'all, you're not the prize when you can't stand up for God and preach and say the truth in front of all your enemies. Nah, y'all ain't with me because I get up on this screen and I'm coming from right here. This with my heart and soul from the word of God, bro. Y'all be coming from y'all own opinions, thinking y'all got me in the whirlwind. In reality, again, me, Wakanda, and them just get off and laugh about this shit like, what the fuck? And I realize it's because y'all stuck. See, God want me to deal with you. You stuck in a paradigm. Now, when you're stuck in a paradigm, you won't be able to, you ain't gonna find nothing, first of all, and nothing makes sense in Willy Wonka world. Not Willy Wonka, the Mad Hatter. No, nothing makes sense. Everything upside down and crooked. You don't know nothing. But your mind frame, Your state of mind was taken off the law and put it in amusement and false allegories and a grand deception that only the Bible can tell you. You're trapped mentally here, and you got to be asleep to believe this shit. So stay woke, my friends. 424-209. I said you got to be asleep to believe this. You know what sleep means? Euthanasia. My mind has already been made. I've been exposing the genocide, the Black Holocaust for 3 to 4 years. Sacrifice everything. Just so Skull and Bones can teach it. You know, ask me what I sacrificed. My truth is at Skull and Bones University. That's for sure. Press 1. I don't want to hear about Happy Sabbath, Carlos. I don't give a damn about nothing you think the Sabbath is or nothing. Nothing. Your days and months is confused. Talk to me about right now and what's going on in this classroom. Ain't no Happy Sabbath, nothing. You don't even know what day it is, what time it is. You believe you going off of their calendar. So call it in. Ain't no Happy Sabbath, nothing. Tell me about this work, bro. Y'all ladies tired of hearing these men call my show and try to change the subject into something else? Y'all not tired of that shit? You got the men's mind right there. Oh, Happy Sabbath. Get your, bro. Remember, happy the Sabbath. Happy Sabbath. Remember the Jubilee? You don't even know when the Sabbath is. You don't even know when they made this stuff up. Y'all Sabbath is Freedom Land and 4th of July and every holy day honoring yourselves, bro. Black men, tell me something about this. Don't tell me about no more allegorical. If you don't have a time and date on it, how you gonna know the Sabbath? You going off in the Hellenistic model, Hermeticism at its finest. Blasphemy. Niggas always this and that one. You going off the wrong calendar, bruh. That's why I stay young, bro. I don't believe the stuff that y'all believe in. That's, ladies, y'all see these niggas look old and cruddy at my age. Why? Because they got a lot of bullshit on their brain. They not focused at the university. The fountain of youth is in the word of God. You've been looking for something to stay young. It's right here. Honor thy mother and thy father for a longer life. Why are you making it so harder than it have to be? Go down there to the trade school and get a job. Press 1. You making it harder, bro. The life ain't hard. I can go anywhere I want to in America. And life ain't hard, bro. What I thought when I was around people in this world, I don't believe that no more. I realized they're confined to their teachings. What they was, as a little kid, I knew this shit. Y'all got to understand, I've been searching for their mindset, their science, their ways of thinking this whole time. I want to know how they infiltrate niggas. I want to know who they stand for them. I want to know how they set you up. I want to feel that, Heavenly Father, because I want need to be free. Press 1, so he allows me to see. He allows me to speak. He allows me to go hard at you niggas and misdirect the ones who need to be misdirect because their minds ain't set. They don't even believe in God, bro. They just in my way. You feel me, love? They just in my way. They just want to say, whoo, press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. 424-2. Now tell me something about y'all brains stuck here because I'm done. I'm done. So y'all graduating today. You graduating. I'm done. I don't want another email, another message from you niggas. If you can't talk about this, your mind being condensed in the Truman Show, y'all didn't know I was gonna hit y'all with that one.
Not like this.
Why you quiet?
Not like this.
You didn't know I was gonna give it to you. Your whole programming and Operation Mockingbird and Paperclip and all of this meshing of history and time and space and illusion. You didn't know I was gonna do it like that. Real shit. Y'all niggas spend too much time plotting. I spend too much time it's easy for me. That's one. Y'all don't even know. My video game controller right here. Look, I cut this off and play one of my Army video games, do some recording and stuff. And then, epiphany. Press 1. I'm not taking nothing from nobody. I don't want what y'all got. I don't want to be your friend or none. I'm Professor Gillespie. So, fellas, our brains being condensed into a false reality to where we got to be asleep to believe it. All of the allegories, time and space, time and more, not real. A lot of the cowboy and Indian stories, most of them come from the world fairs. Most of the pictures that y'all don't took, in fact, where they go right here, was all coming from a specific place. So it's hard to determine what's real and what's not if you're not focused. It's hard, G. And you can't be so, oh, this is the truth. You cannot handle the truth. When you're elevating, that truth that was so big and wonderful is now not even on nothing that you see in front of you. You feel me? So I couldn't wait to get to certain parts and teaching or uncovering things to get to here to say, what? Guess what? Guess what? It's all a part of the show, the entertainment business. But you already know that. I'm just proving it. It's all a part of the show. That's how you get them walking in one door and out the other. Well, how did this one? And how did they do this one? And then in 1900, damn. And then that's because they're narrating the story. So you always gonna bounce around. You're talking to people whose defense is plausible deniability. You're talking to YMW Melly's defense attorney. Press 1. I object, Your Honor. That is no one basis. Blah, blah, blah. You got to be able to go at them. Be persistent. You feel me? You got to be, well, no, this is what it is. And the only way you can do this by coming to KevRow University, getting the legal books, learning the language so you can always have a rep. Oh, that's what that is. So you don't spend no time in the allegorical process. The allegorical becomes that's why I used to think that shit. But this is where it is. It's right here. Written in law. Right here. This is what from the 13th and 14th Amendment, Disney. You ain't been the same since. Disney. Where you get your history from? Disney, Rockefeller Foundation, Wild Bill. Where you get who taught you this stuff? Who taught you about love? Who got these people tripping? Who opened the Matrix? Who made all these movies with the same suggestive thoughts in them, but now you know the reality of it? Who made Toy Story? I didn't do this. I was born in this shit. I'm just making sense of it. I went through this too. I was going around. You ever seen Michael Jackson album cover of him going through the roller coaster? What you think he was talking about? See how I'm fucked you up.
Not like this. Not like this.
What you think that album cover was talking about? With it just his eyes there? Come on, family. What do you think he did that for? He said, life is but a dream. That blood on the dance floor. Entertainment company. It's not real. Peter Pan. Press 1. Now I look at Michael Jackson. I'm like, that nigga was wearing a mask the whole time. That ain't even how he looked. That ain't even nothing. I quit. I see him down. I see it. You know. So, since we not getting no fellas to call in, so all of the articles like Taj was talking about, the Title 36, all of those are just part of the company. Policies of the company and different, are we going here? Those things are different acts and plays at the World Fair. They give it validity. So that, all the different characters, why one person is playing 3 to 5 to 10 characters, let me stop you, is because it's not real. It's because he is playing 3 to 5 characters. You might catch him on Monday and Wednesday as the train man, and then you might catch him over here at the post office on Saturdays. Oh, they might have called his ass into work, on Wednesday. Let me stop. And press one. It might be, hey, at a theme park, one person. Listen to me, Taj. Listen to what I tell you. One person plays multiple roles, champ. Welcome to the circus. Press one. Yeah, at the circus, at the federally regulated circus, one person can play multiple roles. He can be the president and the judge. He can be a vice president and a fucking prosecutor in a whole different place. You was like, wait a minute, he looked like. Well, you don't know him without his makeup on. Fucking, you feel me? You don't know him. Hit that like button and subscribe. I'm teaching today. So that's the thing right there. Shout out to Fletcher.
Unknown.
Shout out to Fletcher with that $10 contribution to this program. Yeah, I'm just here to make sure you think. Coffee and Good Stevie, you on the air. What up?
Peace, Kev. It's Todd.
Taj, what do you think about
All right,
this?
man. It put things in a better perspective for me, just like the conversation you're having today.
Go ahead.
Because I was actually thinking that this was real, like the events, like.
Oh, I know.
I know we talk about like the time memorial and the 1,000 years. I just didn't realize how far up that they came with.
You didn't know we were in time immemorial. Like this is the fucking shit right here.
Yeah,
trust me, I know. That's what made me the professor. I know.
Yeah, bro. Like that's
that. Now that's
man,
how
I'm
easy.
kind of at a loss for words, but
I trust me. I know. But that's where, if you make it out, you ain't made it out. If you think you know, you don't really know because there's doors on top of doors, and it's like trick doors as well. This hotel, I call it, this circus hotel, got trick doors, trap doors, open doors. You leave one room, go to the other one. It looked like the place you just left 3 times over there. All that. So you gotta really meditate and pray and really go into the mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's where my confusion has come from as of late. It's like because it's like I thought I had a grasp on. All right, this event. This is actually real, and this isn't real when it's all an act. And and
Can be.
The more and more faces. Yeah, the more and more faces that I go through and I see, and like you say, I keep seeing the same eyes. I keep seeing the same, the same person with a slightly different
facts.
You know what I mean? Might have a slight alteration to it, but I didn't realize what the whole process is. I'm starting to have a better understanding. But bro, like yeah, like. Like I said, I'm at a loss for words. I don't want to ramble or anything.
No,
I just wanted to call in and acknowledge
Thank you, champion.
Yeah.
Another way to stay afloat. I'm way up there. Another way. Like, that's why I said Ty's going to be the perfect student because he's there. He's there. So now, since Taj is there, and he's all allegorical, not all allegorical, he's bouncing in time around trying to find these different characters, but all the characters got different names and the same faces and stuff. So you get to a point where it's just like, damn, they really are operating right outside our perception by never being told it's a show, it's not real. It's not real.
Unknown caller.
Only thing that's real is your genocide, is what happened to God's people.
From Texas.
But you would never find that out if you don't know that that's what they were covering up with this. So, excuse me, brother from Texas. So, with us finding out that Skull and Bones was covering up not Skull and Bones. They know about this Black Holocaust in this time frame where these World Fairs was going on. So what really was going on? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up, champ? What's your name? Where you calling from?
This B calling from Texas, kid. What's going? How you doing this morning?
What up, champion?
Man, with us talking about where are all the black people, you ask that question over and over again.
Yes.
Man, I'll be in my research trying to figure it out. Like, man, like I know they genocided us, but where's the, where are we? Bro, you just proved it, man.
Right.
Like, this is Disney World for real.
Yes.
Like, man, they telling us, but not telling us. Disneyland, Disney World.
Freedom
when
Land.
they was talking about that Freedom Land.
Yes.
Yes, sir. They was talking about how they had some of the rides and attractions, and it was hitting on everything we've been learning on even that like you were saying, the whole process of how they took everything, man. They got rides for it. Everything that we learned in school, they call something that was hidden. They call it edutainment, education and entertainment.
Go ahead.
Edutainment. And I was like, man, wow, these people, they plan is been entertainment to keep your mind going, and then everything that they talking about, I'm like, man, bro, this it's crazy, man. The whole setup of everything crazy. And then the Juneteenth thing, all the black people up here talking about Juneteenth when we got our freedom. I'm like, man,
they know. Yeah. Well, hey, bro, I'm gonna be fair with my people. They don't know no better, bro. They don't know no better. And not only that, guess what? It made me laugh. When I seen that, I just been in deep thought, bro, trying to play video games to distract me, bro. That shit ain't even working. I'm downloading, re-downloading, just fucking up shit. I'm tripping like, damn. This is real.
And they done made it. They got people like praising this false stuff like, oh, they gave us a holiday. I'm like, man, what? I mean, they mentioned something about him trying to do like Christmas things too. I'm like, this is crazy, bro. All of this
all of those Christmas
like,
things that go on every Christmas at all the promenades and prominent areas with Santa Claus and all of these carriages this is all Disney, bro. This is all World's Fair. Miracle on 35th Street filling. It's all fucking false worship. Forget the false worship shit. Forget that right now. It's not real. Just like
real.
Yeah, it's not real.
It's not real.
And you
bro,
gotta
like,
disattach your emotional feelings and a natural state. You gotta reclaim that and get this fucking mental virus off of you, because it's draining. Every time,
sir.
It's draining. All this belief shit that Disney has taught us, even in these holidays that we spend, is draining. It's frustrating knowing that I got to get up and a holiday, another one is right after this one that's coming tomorrow.
And then they got everybody caught up in the financial thing.
Fact.
And got people bugging out about the holiday because of finances and people going at each other about different stuff. And then not just on the holidays, like the whole history thing with the cowboys, the Indians, I'm like, oh man,
bro, if
the whole history.
If I felt Juneteenth about that way, imagine how I feel about the 4th of July. Me and Todd got to look at each other like we don't believe this shit. You got an American flag and I got an African Zulu warrior flag. Both opening days for Freedom Land. Could you believe this shit? Go ahead, champion.
Man, I'm just like, man, I don't know. Back in the day, watching cartoons, it made me think about, it was something where it's an illusion. That's all I could just hear. I don't even know what cartoon it is. Oh, this is an illusion, bro. Like, man, it's crazy. Like I heard Todd say he lost for words. I'm like, man, I can understand it, bro. Like, it got me thinking, man, what is real? You know what I mean? Like all of this stuff that they have. What part of
Israel is God's holy people who are
there it is,
who
bro.
are dead in law, and they worship a
Man.
dead God and believe in a vain thing. Yes.
And that believing in a vain thing, man, that take a whole nother tone, man. Like this is vanity for real and foolishness. Like, man, they got us with the pen and with like you saying, with entertainment.
With entertainment.
I'm like, man,
They can't beat you with the pen. They can only amend corporate things with pen. The laws of God and the laws of this land is unmovable. They can't even beat you with a pen. They have to beat you with believing they're in power. And because you have no king over you to challenge them on their Mickey Mouse puppet behavior. You notice they're only fighting each other to steal your resources. You ain't never, our people don't peep that game. They go to Russia to fight Ukraine, Russia, just for us to help Ukraine this time. We just got finished helping Iraq. We just got finished helping Afghanistan. Libya.
We all meet up at a meeting, whatever they call it, G20, and we all sit down together after we just been battled and killed all of them. It don't work like that in reality, you know. So yeah, you're right. That is theater of war right there, like you was telling us, theater of war.
So if Disney is the parent company like Viacom and Vanderbilt and all these other names, if Disney is higher up there, and they're producing all of the films and all of it, why we never stopped and say, well, we can stop and say, why they always, we say they on TV and these actors and actresses, it's not them. It's Disney. They're actors. They get paid to make you look, to be toothless in front of you and pregnant, like Krishan making black women look bad. That's nationalism. But see, Johnny White Man, Freedom.
Oh yeah, you got to. Let Johnny Freedom.
But
that was another thing. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that Johnny Freedom thing, like all the ideas that these people hold, from their form of patriotism, and I'm like, man, it's all a lie. And they under mind control.
Oh,
when I say they, I mean even the foreign people, like you were saying,
yes,
how they show them all this stuff before they come over here. They have a perception of us already.
Yes,
they don't mess with these people. They don't have a history type deal.
They're lost. They're ruthless.
Right, they thugs. They'll do this to you, and most of the people, like their parents taught them these type of things.
Facts.
But when they grow, the other generation grow up with us, they like, man, these people nothing like that.
Nothing like that. I just had an Uber man from Russia, not from Russia. He's from Turkey, and he came over for Uber. You know, he dropped it off, and I'm like, where you from? He's like, I'm from Turkey. And you know, he had the accent and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, yeah. So I gave him a quick rundown, 30 seconds of my show. And then he looked at me like, you know, a lot happened here in the early 1900s. And I said, I know.
Oh, now he want to tell you.
Well, that's their kids. He knows. He want
to come clean.
No. He just knows. They don't know we know.
Yeah. You see? That's crazy,
They children fuck with us. They don't really believe their mamas. They got Tupac shirts on. They don't believe that shit. They like, wait a minute.
Right.
They just need to know, you know, something happened here in the early 1900s. Oh, yeah, something happened with us. And guess what, sir? I'm not about to do nothing to you. You ain't did nothing. See, and he was like, damn. Like, yeah, they told y'all wrong. See, our people only know Martin Luther King, but they don't really know what happened. Man. You know what I'm saying? They don't really know what happened. He's like, yeah, a lot happened in the 1900s, huh? Yeah. It's a blessing that we even still here, you know?
It is. And then when you talk to our people that, you know, even a generation before us, I try to, you know, talk to certain people around me about these things. I have to use understanding that that's their program, you know, like a computer, like that. For, you know, until God open their open their eyes to it.
Facts.
That's just their program.
Facts.
So I have to just catch them where they at and start somewhere, where they can understand. But
It's
man,
true. This is
it's
another
crazy.
level. This is a different level of edutainment here, as they say. When you talking
Hey,
this black man is talking about our whole perception has come from this Truman Showish as idea of Disney. We talking freedom. Go ahead.
man, and I gotta give you your card, bro. Man, the way you've been teaching us, I had to think like, man, if I'm Kev, like, and I had this assignment, man, how I'm gonna tell these people this? They don't listen to nothing. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, how I'm gonna, how can I? I was talking to my wife about this, about this the other night, and I put myself in your position. Like, man, I'm trying to tell her to keep her up on what's going on. I'm like, man, now, if I'm Kev, how the hell I'm supposed to tell these people all of this? They got their minds and everything. And you know how people are, nigga, get out of here
Right.
type of
They beat
attitude.
you up. The girls that set you up.
Yeah.
We gotta get this thing.
Now I'm like, man, I got the way you done this, man, like step by step, dealing with all us, me, Tuz, all your people who watch,
Yes.
man, dealing with us and the things we got in our head and how you breaking stuff down, from the Bible to everything, and to be able to explain it step by step. You take one concept, get us there, then okay, I see what you mean by leaping. Like, all right, I'm gonna jump. Be ready when I'm gonna jump. 'Cause
Facts.
it is a jump. It really is, bro. You done had me sometimes like holding my head, like, damn, you making me think. Like this shit, you know what I mean? Like this shit is crazy.
So yeah, imagine,
I'm like,
imagine,
man,
imagine like that. I'm sitting up there and I'm trying to figure it out myself. Like, how am I gonna tell Taj everything about the title, bro, is in our history that we're searching. So in my brain, I'm thinking, okay, I gotta get at Taj like this to cram it in his brain. I'm gonna take everything we did and treat it like my first YouTube page and destroy it and show him that that ain't nothing but another concept that was another door. You see what I'm saying?
like
But we got
a
to
straight
figure it out.
maze.
Yeah, a straight mate. But we got to go figure out that the door is closed. Like, oh shit. Go back, go back, go back, go
Right.
back, go back, go back, run. That type of shit. But it goes down in the mind. So yeah, it's a trip. But for some reason, when this camera come on, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be it. So my attack on Taj or Ali or this nigga or that nigga, it's not on them. It's really the program.
The mind frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, the program.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, bro.
Yeah.
So,
It
man,
used to get at me. I used to go hard on myself until I had to adapt. Like, wait, that's called okay. So I'm changing here. Boom. So I just talk to my students the way it will be relatable for them. And if it get them mad and if it get them frustrated, that's good. I need them mad and frustrated. They can't do nothing if they are mad and frustrated. Oh fuck, man! This nigga put me
man,
on blast again.
you said, bro, you said that to me. I'm talking about some years, man, but right around COVID, you was like, dude, you can't do nothing unless you mad. And I'm
Facts.
like, I feel you. I took it from a perception of, like the same thing, but I didn't not like that little button you be hitting, not like this. You
Yeah.
feel me? I'm like, dang,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying now, bro. I'm like, wow. But shoot, I had to call in, bro. I appreciate the work you're doing, all the effort you've been putting in, man. I'm still here, bro.
We're gonna continue to work. Thank you, champion. My man,
Yes, sir.
Burbank, California.
Call from
Ease your mind.
Coffee and Kush TV. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Ease Your Mind in chat in the classroom.
What up, champ?
So what I was observing from what you was presenting to us today, so would that set up the stage for them to make this 13 colony story?
No,
seeing that.
No, the 13. See, most of these things are already here. They're trying to impede on the story. The 13 colonies is real. That's King George. He established this
Right.
land. He established the corporate state as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but he put it in the hands of the individual and not the bankers. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was okay. So it just made me think about that, since we know it's a Disney story, and Disney is about making productions.
Yeah.
And then I heard them say something about they had Indian and the actors. They called them actors.
Yes.
And so, looking at the map, so if the amusement park or the location that they planned to do the whole America, and for them to set the scene, for them to create the history, is that how they're backing up, going from time immemorial? Let me see if I'm explaining it correctly. So the stories that they made up about the Victorians and going and taking these pictures with Indians, and
I didn't say
they
they
were all
didn't
shows.
I didn't say they made up the Victorians.
No, oh, okay, I said it wrong. I said it wrong. You showed us the pictures of them. So, but let me go back to when they were having the shows. They stated that they were dressed like the indigenous people
Bingo.
of that time.
There you go.
Okay, I was just trying to get it out.
Yes, sir.
But that's what I seen.
Yes.
Okay.
That clicked
Okay,
right
you got
then
me
and there.
straight.
It clicked to they were trying to dress like the Victorians and the people that they saw right there. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. And yeah, I'm stuck right there. So you got me to where, okay, my thought was right. I don't want to go too much and think too much on it,
Why not?
but yeah, I know you'll set me on the right path if I go too deep in the other way.
I mean, why not? I
But-
mean, this is already deep.
Okay.
All right, we're deep.
Right. Okay, so did they do this all across the East Coast? Like, did they set up a whole stage to cover up what they was doing on the inside? Well, I would say west of the East Coast.
It's a high probability.
Because it mentioned that they had controlled fires that they started. So if
And that's going back to the original fire that they said in the Chicago fire. But was really, in my brain,
Right.
was more like a arson attack or some type of napalm or some type of destroy the whole city type of thing. Chicago had to burn. I don't know if it was the records. I don't know what it was, but go ahead.
Right. Okay. So that would explain why they would set up the actors, and at the same time, they putting on the show for the people that they coming through, bringing through Ellis Island.
So yes, so they
Would that
believe in
be-
it.
Would that right? They don't really know what's actually going on, so they
Yeah.
teaching them this is what's going on.
No, this was the
in this
history.
part of the
This
world.
is what happened. This is what
Okay.
it was. Because again,
Okay.
these are foreigners coming in.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, these
Yeah,
are,
I'm gonna go back.
these are
yeah.
foreigners coming in.
Okay.
You feel me? So
Yeah,
what did they say?
yeah.
We need 2 million more. What you think that they were doing in the early 1900s? But again, they war wasn't won till after 48. Okay, with the establishment of their new homeland, what they call it Israel, but it's really off the coast of Washington, the United Nations. The real Israel is America, the United States, this land.
Okay.
That's the real
Okay.
unincorporated Israel, the land of
The
Israel.
whole entire land.
The whole entire land mass, and the Messiah is coming to them there. That's theirs. That's theirs.
Got you.
Yes, sir. That's the Messiah is coming
That-
from them, is of them, for them, and by them. That's it. And they have an inheritance if they get back into the faith, because it's coming and they can't stop it. So they can fall by the sword or live. There is no.
That's
I
why
want to
we
stand on
learning the truth
That's
right
why
now.
you're learning the truth right now. Is to break the yoke around the neck of individuals who are trying to seek the face of God. You see.
Right.
So you got individuals that
Right.
that's been waiting on the Lord. There's people died waiting on the Lord, and then there's people died antagonizing people who was waiting on the Lord. You got people who put the work in and people who play. You know what I'm saying? But when that time
Yes.
comes, even scriptures say they won't even see it coming. It's like a thief in the night. It's gonna hit them like a nigga stole something in the middle of the night. You in and out before you even seen it, before you even woke up. There he is. So they don't even know what they believe. They don't know the Messiah is coming through one of these black women legs.
They can't put a time on it, is what you're saying.
Only thing they can do is when he's born, get him to believe in any allegory but the truth. Because you can't kill them all. You need them.
Because it would negate everything that they made up.
That's right. It would negate. You can't kill them all.
And
they're in the trust.
And then.
But what you can
do. And then by you bringing the truth would validate the prophecy of the spirit of the truth.
That's right. And it'll turn people, who is that? What's that? There you go.
Let them know that God is real.
That's right. That's right. And you get one every generation or two. God sends his people and blesses his children to be born here to address this in a way that motivates his people to turn back to God. That's their last straw. That's the one God said they're gonna listen to you. If not, they're cut off. You see?
Yeah.
So your mama, all this people assuming high priestess in the church and high priest and all this. Yeah. That's a confusion.
Yeah.
There's not many high priests. There's one advocate. There's one redeemer. There's one comforter. And Jesus spoke of him. They thought it was Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I digress. They're not even listening to Jesus. They so caught up in Serapis etymology and philosophies, they're not even hearing Jesus Christ. I'm studying and I see Jesus, what Jesus say. I said, wow, that changed my whole belief. Jesus wondering why they setting him up. He telling them, it's a spirit coming after this. Y'all think y'all set me up. I'm not even that. This whole process has to do with the future and the Redeemer coming to claim our great grandkids and shit. And y'all playing in dream world.
Right.
Go ahead.
So
Chad.
that was explained. So that would explain why they threw the reparations out there to throw the allegory and throw something out there that didn't have nothing to do with.
Oh yeah, it's a trick.
The redeem. Yeah.
Because they can't give you nothing. It's the redemption. It's the last PPP loan. They can't give you nothing because it's all the kings. It's all the heir, which is the coming Christ, which is the head of household. And he's coming for his bride. And them together, it's the holy matrimony that's your Queen Elizabeth and Macho Man Randy Savage. That's your Prince Charles. And you know what I'm saying? For your people.
Right.
But go ahead, champion.
No, that's it. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank
that
you, champion.
I understand what you put up there in front of us.
And I'm glad. That's all I could ask, bro. Is don't mistake me for a nigga walking up the street with nothing in my brain. You feel
Oh,
me?
not at all.
Not you,
Not
but
at
people in
all. Ever
general.
since,
We
okay.
gotta change
Right.
that. You know what I'm saying? Don't just think that
Exactly.
I got something in my brain that's powerful, bro, and you do too.
Yeah.
Your life is
Right.
just as valuable as
we can't
mine,
just
bro.
look at one person to do it. We got to play our part too.
That's right. That's right.
Like what you showing us through the think tank that we got going
I
on.
like the way you said that. I like the way you said that.
What?
The think tank that you got
you,
going on. Because we thinking, bro.
It ignites us. It ignites us because you playing your part. You know how God is working with you. So you playing your part, which ignites us. And the ones that know can see it and say, oh, okay, now I'm getting ignited. And the things that I do that's going to serve a purpose to help us all come together.
More collectively, better, a different mindset. Even God say the Gentile will be there before him. You know what I'm saying? These are all our brothers and sisters, Jews and Gentiles, like Martin Luther King said, because that's what God said.
Right.
But he got to clean us all up together. And what a better place to clean it all up than America. What a better place.
Right.
Well, I said before this even started, I take this racist, white, trucking looking American over anybody in the world, because at least we getting better at understanding each other.
Right. Because
you feel me?
Good.
We all don't see eye to eye, but one thing we do know is this country can be great. That's what we do know. And we really don't feel the way the media is being protected. Because nigga, I saw a police officer say this morning on Instagram, they was chasing a pig through the South. And people was falling. They was in a black community. The niggas was pulling up. What y'all doing? The officer say, he's with us. He's one of ours. A pig chasing a pig. And I dropped my phone, bro. Because the officer said it's a pig. Don't worry about it, y'all. It's a pig chasing a pig. And for him to have such
the comedy of it,
right?
He was being fun about it.
Come on, in a black community, you can't get more relatable than that. In a black community, okay. Boy, when I say they faces start laughing it was almost as if he was allowed to say nigga one time. It was like, go ahead with your man.
Right.
So I think we as individuals got to relax, see what world we in, understand that they got a job to do, and they only work by drugs and dope. So what you think they're gonna try to get us caught up on? Drugs. Guns.
Drugs and dope.
That's right, and guns.
Anything to get us to where they can have jurisdiction over you. Because you're going against God's laws. You're not supposed to be doing that stuff.
And are they here to uphold God's law? Yes, they are. They have a beneficiary contract to uphold until the end of time. That's why the Bible says until the time of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Until the end of time. But go ahead.
Right. So that would be your visual for somebody that's watching to say that's the punishment that you get for basically trying to live that lifestyle, because that's all what it comes down to. Are you trying to live life, or are you trying to live a lifestyle?
Or death.
And that's
Look at Melly.
Right. Yeah, they trying to live with the rap lifestyle or a gangster lifestyle, the allegory, it led them to death.
Now who made that? Coolio?
Somebody got...
And living in the gangster's paradise.
The gangster's paradise.
That's an allegory. It's not real, bro. That was meant to destroy you and get that movie Snowfall to be produced by 50 Cent. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. And basically to promote that lifestyle. And somebody that wants to be in Hollywood and be a star, they're going to see it. And basically you're just thinking about the money. I want to do that. They making this big money, so let me go and try to do that lifestyle. And that's from basically you didn't have the truth. You didn't have the law. Maybe it wasn't taught to you as a kid, or maybe it was never around you. Because you have some kids that, like with B. Nelly case, that was on meds, and that comes from probably being in a group home, which that's where I worked, which is called an emancipation house.
Now, didn't he say he has split personality?
Yeah.
All right,
that comes from taking the medication that they prescribe.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the effects. Aggressiveness.
That's right. Suicide, murder, spontaneous decision, irrational thinking.
Right.
Go ahead, champ.
Right. And too, they get high off of that.
The promethazine,
so
all that is that much drugs from the doctor.
Exactly.
Niggas ain't waking up no more or committing
them psychologically.
That's right, bro. And got us living in the
and
fucking
it's
euphoria.
Basically what it is. It's somebody that has a lot of energy, and just if somebody don't have patience enough to be around them.
Facts.
And really talk to them.
Facts.
and just focus that energy on something that can have them active to where their mind not idle.
Facts.
So yeah, that's what it is. Basically what you're doing with the truth.
We have to institutionalize that. I just thought of that.
Right.
You see that? You got to go in and get them and talk to them.
Right.
And spend time with them. Ask them questions. Be open enough.
Yeah.
Trust them to trust you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's all I got for you, Professor.
Thank you, champion.
I'm gonna go on back to the class. Thank you.
My man. All the way from California. That's California love right there. You feel me? One thing about niggas in LA is we talk this. When y'all look at OGs, I know they got a cold gang culture mindset on the rest of the world because y'all in a different part of the world fair. So we think the East Coast is like this. We think the West is like this or the South because we all got different accents or whatever. Well, you got to go there. You feel me? You got to go. If you don't go, you in the same dream world everybody else in with your crazy perception. Nigga, you'll never know. Some of our black brothers have died, right? Gang bangers, young men, 12, 11, 15, 20. These niggas ain't never went to the beach and put their feet in the water, nigga. And they live by the beach, nigga. Listen to what I'm saying, Taj, bro. You know when you at the lake, bro, niggas ain't, bro. Some niggas ain't never, they die before they even put their feet in ocean water, bro. And cleanse their feet, bro, with salt water, bro. Press one. And I think about things like that. When I look back, when they say about the Holy Ghost, when I first caught that, right, it was off of niggas in those thoughts and watching my niggas get washed for 80 years, 90 years, 20 years, 30 years. Like, damn, nigga only 18, 21, just got an L. Wow. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. That's why I do this. Go ahead.
I just have to call and compliment you on another great show.
Oh, my goodness.
It's another eye-opener, and you are truly blessed. I have 3 validations for you on what you're saying today, and these are real-life validations. Number 1 is, and I tuned in late, so forgive me if you've already said this.
Go ahead.
But all the members of Disney are called cast members. So that truly tells you it's a show. And that doesn't matter whether they're in Burbank, in the office, or whether they're in the parks. They're all cast members.
Are rappers that don't even matter, cast members.
Yes. Secondly, I'm not going to tell you the name of the island.
Okay.
I was vacationing, because I've been to several of them.
Yes.
And what was interesting about this was the guy that was the security guard at the airport was also the dealer, the blackjack dealer at the casino, was also the entertainment at the hotel. And when I called it out, they didn't like it.
You
So
caught
it
it.
truly is a show. And third, I've shared other movies with you. This is totally The Adjustment Bureau. Have you ever seen that
You know
movie?
what? It is. Go ahead. I did see it, actually.
Well, I say that because it's their way of manipulating everything, whether it's a relationship, it's how they write their storyline, because we're giving them their storyline.
Right. So just watching me, being around me, a whole script can be made because I see it.
Well, every one of our lives are a script.
Facts.
So those are my validation points, and I just want to say thank you for bringing the truth out.
Now, let me ask you something. When you watch this show, and I bring up stuff like this, like Freedom Land, what's going through your brain? Like, what the hell?
I don't have a TV anymore. I threw it out. I don't watch that stuff, but when I listen to you, it makes me think of old movies. Like the last one I shared with you, the last time I called in, was when we talked about Quonset huts. And
Yes.
I texted you and I said, watch Blast to the Future or something like that.
Yes.
And it was where they were living underground and a nuclear explosion happened.
Yes.
Did you ever watch that crazy movie?
It's a black and white, correct?
No.
Okay,
It's
so
a
that was
color
a
movie.
military. So this was a military movie I watched. It was kind of like the same thing, but you were talking about a horror movie. Okay, I'm gonna get on that.
No, I'm talking about, this is a comedy movie. This is where this man and this woman, actually the man is Christopher Walken, and he's a NASA scientist, and him and his wife think the nuclear bomb went off, and they go live underground for 50 years,
Yes.
and they have a kid.
Yes.
They have a kid.
I think I did
out,
see it or fell asleep on it because I caught it on YouTube movies. Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard you say you were going to smoke a blunt when I texted it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is some crazy mess, let me tell you.
Well, I tell
But
you,
this is totally The Adjustment Bureau.
that type of movies, altering, changing scripts, altering. I get it.
That's why they've got all these cameras. That's why they're totally manipulating everything.
Bingo. That's what I was thinking.
I think it's who goes through the gate and who don't go through the gate.
I think so. That's crazy. You even said that. But
I'm not sure it's their call, though.
I don't think it's their call either. They don't have the power to. I think.
I hear you.
Yeah, they don't have the power. I used to think they were in charge of it. No, this is bigger than them. This is so much bigger.
I could go deeper, but I'm going to stop there because I don't need to dig you any trouble or me any trouble. But
I'm not in trouble
hang in
because
there, buddy, and I'm always
so
listening.
much.
I'm a big fan.
Thank you so much, and I'm a fan of the people. So thank you so much for calling in.
You're welcome. Have a blessed day.
Yes, ma'am. We're gonna change her battery in her smoke detector. She done became a Democrat. Christmas. Ever since she moved to the hood, she's accepted that she does not hear that loud ass smoke detector. Woo! Poor white people and poor black people are the same. First of all, they don't hear that damn smoke detector. A smoke detector in a house like a fire alarm. First one, we just, What thing? No, that means, sir. Nigga, that's a dog whistle or something if you don't hear that. Hit that like button. They're using dog whistles as fucking smoke detectors. Because we don't hear them, only through the phone. You're like, what's that? No, what's what? You don't hear that loud beep? It's two of them. Listen, beep, beep. No, no. So anyway, I made some mac and cheese. No. Okay. But yes, she's lovely, and we love when she calls in. People call in and start noticing things, and that's what I expected, because we just free spirited. no matter where you are, on this map you see on this screen, your ways of thinking was geared by who? The puppet masters. You get it? Puppet masters, puppet government, Pinocchio, Mickey Mouse, la da da da, Elmo's World, the whole Bungalow 54. It started in 1954, didn't he? Press what? Freedom Land, cause y'all got issues. So y'all celebrating July 4th. Press 1 and don't invite it. Hey, now wait for it. Now, Taj, watch this. You was looking for who? What's the name of Leviathan? Now you see what Leviathan came and usurped the ship. Press 1. You see that? Now you see the international corporations right here emerging right here. The head of the squid out of nowhere. And what the fuck? Entertaining, ain't it? Yep. Postmaster. Damn. Oak Cliff Stiff say the postmaster. Did they have a postmaster there? Yes. Could you mail something there and get it somewhere else? Would that nationalize you? A lot of y'all don't even know what this is, bro. I bet you Polite thinking about running from this government. He should run to me. Press 1. Run to me, son. Press 1. Come, Leonidas. Hit that like button and subscribe. Come to me, Leonidas. Poor guy. It's a hard fall.
Unknown caller.
Press 1. Nigga, it's a hard fall to watch Kev be on this teaching and you way over there where he was. Now that's called trading places. Press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. Deb from Florida. You on the air. What up?
Deborah from Florida. Yes, Deborah from Florida.
What's going on?
Hello, sir.
What's going on? From Disney World herself. Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir. Disney World herself. Yeah, I spent a few rides on those rides, learning my history and learning that this is all fake I learned it through the Stagecoach leather work.
Go ahead.
They gave me antique harness to learn how to use my horse as a draft harness horse, and the antique leather work was plastic melamine type stuff. It was World's Fair type stuff. Not my great uncle drove a school bus and traveled through the country picking up kids. It was a lie, and it started with the harness work. My family's a recreationist for Daughters of the Revolution.
Go ahead.
And the Confederate Soldiers of America. And
this is all Title 36, what Taj was studying. Told you, Taj. Stay right there. Go ahead.
Okay. They were attempting to put me in hoop skirts in front of a house for pictures, for things like that, and I just kept refusing. And they tried to find a place for me, and it was with animals, to train animals. And I just kept finding that everything was fake. Everything they tried to get me was fake. It wasn't any real. And it took me to KevRow show to find out that the rocks and the arrowheads and all of that primitive people stuff is fake. And it's created by Disney.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, they took years and years of me, taking me down the rabbit hole, believing their fakeness. And I was angry. I was so angry when I found out, and I'm so relieved now to know that it's all God working in my life, bringing me to a place that I can speak for the men, the women, and the children were killed. Only through God can I do that. I'm living in my head otherwise. And I have to live in my heart and know that I love my fellow man. I love my fellow woman. Brittany was so on it yesterday. Only through the Son of God. And he's been resurrected in front of us. We have the glory of God showing in your face to let you show us the truth that's been hidden to control and steal the land from the organic man of God. And I can't see it any other way, sir. And thank you for letting my studies improve by knowing that that is my purpose. No other purpose.
You're right.
And we have many notes, and they are coming clear through the floods that went right through the center of our country.
That's right.
Piling the people up in the Red Cramp, the Krevin Creek, bringing in foreigners to run them.
That's right.
Getting the people inoculated.
That's right.
Getting the people registered, and then killing them off.
Go ahead.
It has happened over and over and over through the center. Just call it the Mississippi floods. And they say for themselves that it went on from early teens to 45.
Yes.
They have pictures of all the black people sitting up on the corners in the camps. And it's just a processing center. They're all sorting centers to kill off the original organic man. And I can see it no other way that the plan is for me to learn my voice and come back to the world of God. That there is no shade or gray. Only forgiveness through knowing that you have risen to bring us the truth through God. I can give you times and dates on these, but I think you've got them. on your side of the wall. They're getting better. My notes are getting better.
Yeah.
And I do know that Deuteronomy 10:16 comes to my face over and over again about circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. When someone speaks of stiff-necked, I have to rub my own neck and say, God, please, I've done it again. I really do not want to offend my Lord. I do not want to offend. Therefore, I shall bury my nose in the books and in the study to raise up the men's souls that were killed and are walking dead today.
You got it.
And can I go back in the classroom, sir?
Of course you can. Thank you for the call. God is good. God is good. God is good. So yeah, they flooded out. You see New Liberia there in the south down there. That's on this here. All the way through, all of it deriving from these dams busting up north, dividing the nation in three different sections, and dividing the state, and then them splicing it up, getting more control of it, and water dissipates after some time. But somebody sent me this today, and I said, "Wow." We fly over this every time I fly back to Los Angeles and go back to the east, or I see these, and I'm in awe, like, wow. But to really talk about this with the fam and discuss this with people who have an open mind, and that's where my channel is going, and that's where I want to stay, right here. We don't have to get into the illusion of things. These things really happen. So you don't have to live in the allegory and this. They beat you in world fairs, floods, and the changing of God's word. They didn't beat you with the bullet. They destroyed many towns, many things. Yes, but they beat you right there. They didn't beat you with the Bible. They didn't beat you with the bullet. They didn't beat you with none of it. They beat our people when we fell away from being serious about the law and wanted to go where? To the World's Fair and hang out and be emancipated and assimilate. No, excuse me. You wasn't emancipated. You was assimilated And excuse me, the trust was allowed. This is gonna make sense now. The trust was made into a minor state because our people asked the beneficiaries asked to be assimilated, and they were emancipated under you. So you got the minor estate, and they got the big estate. Press one, and then the bankers got the name, the title, and then the church went into business with, and they now instilled the resources. So it was a political move to destroy America. It was a well thought out circus. That's what it is. Till this day, they ain't changed one bit. You can't focus because you, as I told you, you stuck on the clowns of YouTube and the entertainment. Press one. See, y'all stuck on these individuals with no mind, with no brain. You're just a stick figure. Press one, a straw man of agreeing with anything that blows by and pick up in the tumbleweed of nothingness. Press one. Y'all listening to these folks. And I had to think about this. I had to say, what am I up against? I'm against the internet's projected idea of what a black man or a star is, or chosen by God is. You understand? To tell the difference between reality and characters. People who born stars of God, and people who are wannabes produced by the circus. Now the circus gotta watch me. You see Ice Cube talking about the bungalows. So if the circus is watching me, they watching you. Press one. I said if the circus is watching me, fam, they see y'all in the chat room. They see my chat ain't somewhere that you can just play around and mislead. Kev make his jumps. You better be ready to jump with him. If you trying to deceive Kev when he jump, you just get ready. Press one. This is from Taj. When I told y'all Taj is gonna be great at what he does, press one. Taj is great at this. See, goddamn Puritan. He gonna hunt all of you down. Press one. He gonna find the magician in them all. Told you he was. They're all in the articles. How could you not? That's why I said I know exactly where he's gonna fit it. Right there. You can catch Taj right there in the titles. Breaking, you feel me, see both leads? Breaking these niggas down. Saying, and none of it is real. They're all fucking employees, and they tried to deceive us into making these people appear real to us. It's television. It's cast members. You get paid to play a fucking role. Press one. She says she don't want to bring drama or trouble or put my life in danger. My life been in danger since I was born. I'm a 80s baby. We don't went through crack, gang violence. Press one. Police, shootings, robberies, guns that jammed, other situations. Our lives is born in danger. Press one. Any nigga who put Roosevelt up there, ma'am. Press one. Looking for the black people who was taken. Press one. See, all of these black people right here were found in Washington under the Washington Monument. Press one. See, mass burial. 10, 15, 20, 30,000 people. Y'all just gonna act like they didn't find them in underground right there or in some type of trapdoor process where the ground. Press one at the world's. Where was this at? Kiss my ass, nigga. Press one. See, that's how I like to talk on my internet. So I need all my players in ready to go. You feel me? Ready to attack their ass that way. In truth. You got something to fight for when you find it hit different, as Jay Main say. It hit different when you learn where all the black people went during the World Fairs, and we was just talking about trapdoors. It hit different. Press one. It hit different. See, the words mean something. There's a foundation behind it. I'm not just talking. I ain't just babbling, G. Anything but this. You can't go there and pulling them up. You in Babylon. You need to come to the truth. See, everything I've said came to fruition. I'm not being boastful. People know I was a shy kid growing up. I shy away from the I just don't want to be labeled arrogant because when I go there, you're going to really think I'm arrogant when I'm just being truthful. Press 1. And I realized they were just afraid of me. That's all. No, when you got that many bones, them is the catacombs right there. What do you hold? A 3-year institution of nothing but clown rides and indoctrination? What do you do? What do you call that? They didn't call that genocide, bro. Where do black people go? It seems all the black people there, black go in and don't come out. Press 1, and then you come out. How is that? Unless some trap trickery is going on. Press 1. How did y'all get rid of all these people? Press 1. The brother said, oh, they was at the World Fair. And I said, press 1. That the sisters was the Victorians. No, we confused. Press 1, y'all better get it right. No, this is before all that. Press 1. This is before all that. This is 1818 to 1892. I don't even think I got pennies. They got 18 on them. Press 1. See, once again, the truth. Once again, the truth. So what ship went down with the Kraken? What ship went down with the Kraken? This looked more like Abraham Lincoln than Abraham Lincoln. Press 1. That's a brother name. Adams is a brother name. Press 1. William Howard. These are black people names, bro. Johnson. John Quincy Adams. Ain't no white man from Europe or Yugoslavia ain't no goddamn John Quincy Adams. Press 1. Just making up things. Y'all got to really put your mind into, you got to come out the illusion. This is a battle for your mind because this is God work. So anybody with their heart and mind set on that will understand. I woke up yesterday and the day before knowing Kev on fire. He finna pop. And then I had that thought like, wait a minute. Freedom Land. Motherfucking Freedom Land. Hit that like button and subscribe. Freedom Land. They got the names like Schwarzenegger. Press 1. I'll be back. I'm not racist. My name is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Press 1. I press 1. You know who named? Damn, ain't no black people named no damn Schwarzenegger, and you're not Mr. Washington, sir. Press. His nigga last name Oppenheimer, bro. Stop it right now. Stop it, bro. And the funny thing is, y'all don't want to say this, but all of these people are Moors under the Catholic Church. They're not even real Moors. The real Moors are the God-fearing people. Y'all not even Moors. Y'all tripping. Are we done here? I don't think we should be done. I think there's more men who like to speak because Kev is opening up the mysteries right now, and this is a part where you might want to discuss some things. You may have the keys or the answer to things that other people was looking for or scared to speak up against or for. The names is what's important. The gold, the silver is all tied to the land, is all tied to him. Now, your name is important because you are tied to the land and you're tied to him. That's why your inheritance is important. So can I give you some motivation? You're tied to the inheritance by way of the Father. Now you see why they don't want the Father, why you denied the Father. and why there's so much denial of the Father. I just sent you guys motherfucking the POW flag with the concentration camp on it. Who does that? She talking about Kev Gills. I don't want to get you in no trouble. Boo boo. You are in the same offices with the motherfuckers who gonna get me in trouble. They right there. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. I can't be in no more trouble than I'm already in. Hit that like button and subscribe. I can't be in no more trouble than I'm already in, bro. You feel me? I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but trust me, I've been in trouble. Sheesh. So while showing you guys the black man in the American flag, I thought that'd make y'all move. But the black man don't want to see the black man missing in action. Can we all? Some gave some and some gave all. Press 1 and you don't even know that I found the initial black man who the photo is taken from. And it's undeniable. So you can clown and say, press 1. It don't matter. I do that because I'm silly. But the thing is, you're talking about a fake speech impediment that I'm portraying. You really have a thinking impediment. Press 1 and you need God. So while you playing, you don't even know if God put me in front of your face because you need me. I'm not in front of your face. Press 1. Hold up. Let me take my hat off because this fool think I'm playing. Press 1. I'm not on your channel. I don't need you. What's your name? What's the name? Glock, the man who don't believe in himself. He can't even spell his own name. Press 1, he don't believe in his thought process. But he can't teach his girlfriend nothing. Nothing he can teach his wife about nothing that I got going on. You want some smoke? Call it in. Press 1, they can't teach nothing. Kev is teaching your woman. Press 1, Kev is teaching your child because I'm teaching your woman because you don't want to think. Coffee and Kush TV on the air. KevRow on the microphone. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Ease Your Mind calling back. When you put that picture up there,
go ahead.
Wilford Woodard, which is that guy is the prophet for the Church of the Latter-day Saints.
Who?
And then Wilford Woodard.
Oh yeah.
Brigham Young.
Oh yes, these are the people who stole who they stole the trust from. Remember they said they was the Latter-day Saints are the ones who changed the law and they didn't have the power to do so. That's Brigham Young and Wilford Woodruff. Go ahead, King.
And let me go a little deeper because what I found since you mentioned that Title 36.
Yes.
They have a doctrine and covenant, section 136. I don't know if I can email it to you. It's about 6 pages.
Yeah, you can email it to
all
me.
Numbers, but yeah, okay. Yeah, shoot me your email. I'll send it to you.
Okay, KevGill17.
Basically.
KevGill17 at gmail.com. They'll put it in the chat room. Go ahead. They're going to put it there. Go ahead. You're all right. Somebody will put it. KevGill17 at gmail.com.
Did you want me to start reading it or you want to look over it?
I'll look over it first. I don't want to read it now because I'm actually finna get up out of here.
Got you.
And
got
you. This channel is dedicated to these subjects. So I'm adjusting to more of a conversational with an interactive in teaching rather than an enforced policy because the bungalows were intermixed with us, but they want to grow now. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, so I'm going to go ahead. I got your email. I'm going to go to my computer and I'm going to send it to you.
Thank you, champion.
All right.
My man. Thank you. No, I don't need your certification in my chat room. You got to go. You get out my classroom. Don't try to be my friend after y'all be talking shit. Don't try to. That's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all be trying to be my friend and laugh with y'all little crew. Like, that's how I can deceive Kev. Your own friends be like, nigga, you ain't shit. How you gonna try to deceive him because a nigga nice and say what's up to you? Press 1. Y'all say how y'all know you ain't got nothing to do in your community. I'm from South LA. Nigga, that's some goofy shit. I bet you I can be nice to a person and see that they'll be nice to me back. And press I was trying to be his friend. Press 1. He's a hater. Like most niggas that ain't up to nothing. Now that I don't shift it, now you don't know what to think about. I don't removed all of what you can think about with that little separation. You feel me? No. Them stagecoach robberies and all that. No, that's fake. Now that delinks them. They can't go past that. That's the cap. Press 1. They're at their 33rd level of degree. Press 1. That's the cap. That's cap. You ain't in no 33, nothing. You below the 33 parallel, you underwater, and you need to, come on, you underwater. Press 1, you under that 33rd degree parallel, that equator, and you need to come on back home. You need to reemerge. That's what you need. You need salvage out of that dirty, filthy sea over there. Press 1, all black people need to come out of Catholicism. Press 1, under the control of the God of Dagon and his son, Prometheus, who you think is Jesus, but it's really not. It's Prometheus. Press 1. Now I'm going to destroy it all. Press 1. Yep. Sorry. There is no more way. Y'all think I was just on the Muslim? No. Y'all quick to talk about Allah and be present when it's talk about the Kaaba and the rock and the sticks and stones. But when it's time to get on your shit, because you don't want to know the truth either. They believe in they sticks and stones just like you believe in Prometheus and Serapis. That's what? Fake Christian. Press 1.
Unknown caller.
Y'all better come get it. You better come get this work.
Call
You better
from-
come get it. I'm on fire right now on Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air. What up?
Yes, I have a question, Kev. This is Crystal from Charlotte. How you doing today?
I'm blessed. What's the
I was-
question?
I was calling because when you talked about Disney, and I was just basically, I was thinking about Central Park, when our people got flooded and stuff
Yes.
like that, and also I was going up to date about the argument that they have in Florida about Disney,
Yes.
and you went over the sovereignty, how they was trying to claim sovereignty. Now, how is that connected with this Disney performance, I could say performance?
What you mean? So how
Can
is
you-
what connected? Which one? Be specific.
The argument going on today with the
Santos?
governor of Florida. Right.
So it's funny that this is even a topic, right?
Right.
You would think
It is.
that the motherfucker had that much power to say, all right, Disney, get your ass on. It's time to change the rules up. Nah, bro. Disney claims what? Sovereign
Right.
power. Wow. Whoa.
Yes.
So Mickey Mouse got sovereign power, and black people in America are 13th Amendment citizen? 14th Amendment? Bonded slaves? Wow. Interesting.
Right. That's my question.
So what's the question? I think you know the answer. What's the question?
Well, they took over. I think they took over, and they faking the funk.
So who's the sovereign and who's the king?
The king is King Gillespie.
No, who is the king of America? Freedom Land.
Freedom Land. I guess I thought it was it started off with Woody. I don't know.
No, what's the character name? Who's the big dog over Disney?
What's his name? Woodolph.
Mickey
I'm not quite
Mouse.
sure. Oh, Mickey Mouse.
You know Mickey Mouse?
Look,
Huh?
freak of Mickey Mouse.
You know who Mickey
Freak
Mouse
of
is?
Mickey Mouse. what they did our people. I don't.
No. Listen to
I'm
what
ready
I'm
to kick
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Do you know who Mickey Mouse is?
Okay. No, I don't. I forgot who that was.
So you don't know Mickey Mouse at all? You've been living on this earth. Hold on. How long you been living on Earth?
I've been here for 60 years.
And you don't know who Mickey Mouse is?
Mickey Mouse is a make-believe character from Disney World.
And that's right. That's the king.
And that's it. So basically, what you taught today, that we living in a fantasy world.
Wonderland,
and that's
man.
called Disney.
Wonderland.
Wonderland.
That's a legal term. Non-compos mentis. Yes, that's a legal term. You're in Wonderland.
Right. And you know what? I thought about Michael Jackson, how he was trying to tell us this crap in his music.
So, you're in Wonderland.
Mm-hmm.
Forget Michael Jackson. Mr. Gillespie is telling you this in real life. Okay? Mickey Mouse.
I figured it out.
Mickey Mouse is the king of the castle. You're at the World Fair. You ain't never left. You ever been to Disneyland?
Yes.
You were born again by the Antichrist. You were born, you was given, you gave up your sovereignty and went to Disneyland thinking that you was going for amusement when it's real. Disneyland really got sovereignty, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so that means they have territory.
Yes.
That means that's a foreign nation.
Yes, it is.
Who's the king
on
of
our
this?
land.
Who's the king of foreign? Who is this foreign government on our land? Who's the king of this foreign government?
Well, I'm trying to find out this yellow brick road here, and basically still end up back to...
Who is the king of this foreign government you just spoke of?
Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse.
Is Mickey Mouse real?
No.
Do Mickey Mouse got a soul?
Make-believe character.
It's a make-believe character.
No.
He don't got a soul.
It's the corporations.
Is Donald Duck real?
It's a corporation.
So
all of it is fake.
So how do they have sovereignty over real people when this nation was founded on freemen and sovereigns in King George? How did this happen? How does the federal government not have the power over Disney, and Disney steps in and claim what? Sovereign power.
Sovereignty.
Now, who has sovereign power?
Yeah.
The Queen of England. Press 1.
The Queen, yeah. Queen of England. That's right, teach. Queen of England.
Now,
Wait, the Queen is dead.
And you dead too.
The Queen is dead.
You dead too. When the Queen died, so they claimed sovereign power.
Yeah.
Why they didn't claim sovereign power before that?
Because the Queen was alive.
Makes sense to you now.
Yes.
So.
Yes, it does.
So was it ever the Queen's kingdom? No.
No.
And is Mickey Mouse real?
No.
All right, then. The king is here. The kingdom is here. This is a puppet government. Remember Mr. Rogers?
Yes, I do.
Remember what was the king's castle? Remember the king's court? You know this.
Mm-hmm.
And why were they all puppets? Why was that such a... Because the puppet gave life to him.
Yes.
That was their kingdom.
It's just a trip what you teach.
Well, I'm just here with you.
Swallow that pill. Swallow that pill that you kicking out that knowledge like that. And to swallow that pill, oh my God.
We got a lot of waking up to do.
And as we grow in this class, Kev University, and as I'm walking out in the street and I'm thinking about a lot of things that we learning in class, and I'm saying to myself, oh my God, okay. And looking at how the system is working, and basically the United States, to me, is just a whole corporation bundle.
Of course. So you got Disney at odds with the federal government.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, we do.
so you got a lot of people fighting here that we ain't talking about. All we say is the white man don't like us. The two soulless entities is fighting each other. One by Rome, and the other one, they just died out, and then one claims sovereign power right here on the land in Florida, which isn't even a real place.
Right.
That's built on an island. That's gonna sink. It's not real. They covered that up. You just brought up. They moved that from where? New York, where all the black bodies was found.
Right.
Yes. And then they moved to
but
another.
I just kept on thinking about it.
Go ahead.
When I looked at that map, and you showed that map how Disney was created and
yes.
how they was building it, and the first thing that hit me was Central Park.
Yes. Why?
When it goes around in a circle, and because they killed a lot of our people right there in Central Park.
That's right. Flooded it out as well.
And
another mash land, another wash land, just like Florida.
Yes.
There you
and
go.
they took over the land there
and bought it for nothing, and flooded it out, bought it for cheap. And they wasn't supposed to buy any land because it's illegal for this foreign, again, corporations to do this. But go ahead.
Right. And then and another thing that I see also in this country is that they trying to sell up a lot of the land real quick.
Well, they're trying to do whatever that they can. They can't do anything. Okay. So don't fall for they trying to do this again and they trying to do that. They're going to try. I thought they was in control. Why they trying? If they in all exactly. They're not in control.
God is in control of everything.
But just take it out of the concept of God for a second. For them to be all powerful, they don't have the control that they're alluding to having. They don't have that power. They don't have none of the power that they've been utilizing in the minds of black people. They never had the power to throw you in prison for 3 strikes, to put drugs in your community and set you up and destroy whole family. This is war. These are war tactics.
It is. We've been at war all our life. Well, I've been at war all my life.
Well, and then it goes. Your grandmother would tell you that too. They up to no good. The federal government is up to no good, and they trying to take something. All our people know is don't trust them people. They gonna try to take something. Now that don't trickle down to like black versus white hate. Made its way into Black Lives Matter movements all over. But at first it was really about the federal government because we not taking nothing from each other anyway. We know him. It's them we talking about. Them boys that's coming in them brown shirts. Them volunteers coming. Them.
Yes. The Boy Scouts and Girl
Scouts.
There
you go. Them right there. Because after the floods, everybody pour together. And if you pour together, everybody come up together. They'll figure it out.
Right.
But if you got these people paying out big money to be associated and former members of the Bund and the Nazi Bund and coming together with the federal government to form different militias to destroy blacks, that's a chargeable offense. That's eugenics. That's genocide. It's racial cleansing.
Yes, it is.
Whitewashing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
they did it to a lot of countries, racial cleansing.
Facts. They have.
And And also, like one time you had a lady on there and she was talking about when she asked a older person in their late 90s that how they don't want to talk about it. And I have an aunt. She'd be 90. Well, she turned 97 today. And when I ask her those questions, you know, she doesn't want to talk about that. It's like they close up.
It's
them,
heartfelt. You ever lost everything and your kids say, Dad, Mom, what happened to? And you like, shh. You ever lost an inheritance or something? You know, and you can't tell the kids, like, I don't gambled your inheritance away. I can't tell you why I'm in here fucked up, or I took the wrong deal, or your great granddaddy wasn't around. He was at war, so they pressured us this. They can't say that. Just so much. It's up to us, you, me, and the younger generations, to facilitate these types of think tanks, like the brother said, in these type of discussions, so we can talk without cussing each other out.
Right.
And I mean, something real tangible without the religious constructs of allegories. I mean, real focus. So,
right.
I appreciate you. Anything else?
That's it. I'm going back to class.
Well, I see you in a bit. Thank you so
very much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
424-209-9506. 424-209-9506. Now, I can put it up for y'all can watch it again to give y'all some more pointers. But I don't want to let today pass and my callers, my people ain't there, because I'm going to be moving a lot. We're going to be talking about things because I would think you know already. And take it up like Taj say, I already know, King. You said it already. And when you said it, fuck it. So I'm going to take that on the merit and hold Taj, not Taj, Ali responsible for y'all fuck ups. So we going to keep it going. But as I make my way, I got to grab something outside my Uber Expresses here real quick. Let me put this film back on for y'all. Let me see. Remember, take notes, bro. Freedom Land. Think about it from a mind control, your history. Think about what it took for them to travel about Freedom Land. Think about Juneteenth. Think about 4th of July.
On June 15th, 1959, Disneyland Park celebrated its first major expansion with a television special hosted by Walt Disney himself. The star-studded event was billed as the second opening of Disneyland, a true spectacle. Among its viewers were 4 men, huddled in a small motel room in Wakefield, Massachusetts. They were as impressed as they were disappointed. All of them had been at the park 4 years prior for its grand opening. All of them had played a major role in the park's development, and all 4 were now on the other side of the country, pulling 14-hour days on their own theme park project that would be less impressive and visited by less people. In that moment, all but one of them wished they were back at Disneyland. Once the special was over, they turned off the TV, cracked open some beers, and played a few rounds of poker to get their minds where their bodies already were, away from Anaheim. C.V. Wood was a hustler at best and a con man at worst. He was born on December 17, 1920, in a small town in Oklahoma, although he would often claim that he was from Texas, which he had moved to around the age of 8. His father worked for the Santa Fe Railroad during the height of the Great Depression, but Wood resented the poverty of his youth, so he rarely mentioned it. Wood would claim that he had a degree in engineering from the University of Oklahoma, but there is no proof of this, and many close to him doubted the accuracy of the claim. Despite this, Wood was able to land multiple engineering jobs just by saying he was qualified and hoping that no one checked, which they did not. Even his own name, CV, was not free of Wood's fabrications. CV stood for Cornelius Vanderbilt Wood. Some say it stood for Commodore Vanderbilt Wood, but if someone asked him, his name was C for nothing, V for nothing Wood. He preferred Woody anyways. Woody sold his mistruths and exaggerations with a cartoonish Texas accent and a showman's personality. His biggest fear in life was returning to poverty, and his greatest goal was prominence. He had learned to play life like a poker game. Woody wasn't dealt a good hand, so he learned to bluff, and no one had called him on it. Woody eventually went to work for the Stanford Research Institute, an economic development firm who in 1953 was hired by Walt and Roy Disney to help in the construction of Walt's amusement park. Harrison Buzz Price, an economist at Stanford, and Woody were tasked with finding a location for the park, as well as researching many of the logistics of operating such a business. Woody stepped into his role effortlessly. He casually chatted with landowners and leaked fake leads to the press so no one knew where Walt was intending to purchase land. He was equal parts charming and manipulative. Woody and Buzz Price also conducted possibly the most thorough assessment of amusement parks at the time, and soon C.V. Wood was a qualified expert in his field, more qualified than he had ever been as an engineer. In April 1954, with construction on the park set to begin, Roy Disney asked Wood to leave the Stanford Research Institute and join Disneyland full-time as its general manager and executive vice president. It also made him the park's first employee. He was expected to stay at least through the construction and the first year of operation. Growing up, Woody had developed a close-knit group of friends, which nicknamed themselves the Bombers, after a World War I film that they had watched. The Bombers remained friends into their adulthood, and constantly hired one another onto their projects. After obtaining his position at Disneyland, Woody did not hesitate in hiring many of his childhood friends and other acquaintances. One bomber, Earl Shelton, would become Disneyland's site manager. One of Wood's former bosses, Fred Schumacher, who had helped develop the 1939 New York World's Fair, would be brought on as a park executive. A former co-worker.
And this is what I'm saying. These world fairs are looking like cover-up concentration camp because there's really no money to be made. Only thing I'm seeing is loss of money. Anticipating 40 million people. Like, oh, we'll just call it bad for business. We'll just call it bad for business. The company is set up to lose by amusement. It's a cheap company. They are started to fail. This is how you do it. You start the company to take over. But you line it up to fail so the company itself don't get blamed for, let's say, whatever happens out there. Because you're talking with a conglomeracy of different nations actually taking part. The IRC. Y'all missing a point. This is bigger. This is the IRC. Now, that's a different, now you got them. Look, some Roy Barber said, damn, Kev, liability. Look who you just look. IRC. You not in the IRC. Press 1. We not in the IRC. No. Bankrupt system. No. You destroy the park isn't there to last. The park was there to cover up the atrocities, Lewis, that just occurred prior. So from the 1900s, let's go to the first World Fairs. Let's go to New York World Fair of what? $1964? No. 1939? Is that during the war? I think I can make that work. Press 1. This is dope. Oh, this is dope. They gonna get me off the internet. Make sure y'all subscribe to me. You know, support the cause.
In 1939, the New York World's Fair gave spectators a glimpse at the world of tomorrow. What was the World's Fair? What types of displays were there? Throughout the 1930s, there were many expositions and World's Fairs.
I mean, if you looking at this with a bird's eye view, You like, wait a minute. It's a whole new world for you and me. Like everything I had a question about, like, that ain't got shit to do with us. We were slaves, remember? But I'm like, bruh, we're the black people. We go in, never come out. Who's coming out of these? Where are they coming from? What the fuck? That's where my mind is. Because when I watched The Man in the High Castle, when they found a way to bring all them immigrants in, that shit was after they exterminated all the black people, bro. And I don't even know how they let that person create that movie. Because that's nigga the truth.
Across the nation. One of the first occurred in Philadelphia in 1926. It was called the Sesquicentennial International Exposition.
Wait a minute.
It was called one of the first occurred in Philadelphia in 1926.
Hold up. What? What?
Across the nation.
What?
One of the first occurred in Philadelphia in 1926.
Damn, the real Philadelphia experiment, the Liberty Bell. It's all significant. I knew. Look, that's a gold bell. Look at Taj. I knew Taj was about to respond to something. Taj was like, wait a minute. That looked like a real bell, bro. That looked like, bro, something else. But we'll get back to it. That looked like a real Liberty Bell, bro. Or let's say Packard Bell. Remember the company Packard Bell at the same time? But let's continue on. I'm not saying it's real. This could be all made because they got the Cowboys coming in right up under it. But the thought of it, the significance of it.
6. It was called the Sesquicentennial International Exposition.
Look, with the white dove, look. Look. Fake court, Roman.
International Exposition, and celebrated the 150th anniversary of...
Now they'll say that was Benjamin Franklin. That was this on the day they made the war, and then they signed the proclamation of nothingness. They will tell you anything with people with costumes on in 1403 if you are a child who don't know history. Okay? They will tell you this.
The nation's independence. Chicago had a similar event in 1933.
Is that a ship? Oh my goodness. No, the fuck they didn't. Am I bugging? Wait.
Known as the Century of Progress Exposition. California hosted 2 World's Fairs. The first was in 1935 in San Diego, and it was known as the California Pacific Exposition. The second came in 1937 and was called the Golden Gate Exposition.
This is insane. They don't got pictures of that, but they got an illustration.
With the featured attraction being the newly constructed Golden Gate Bridge.
Bruh. I'm fucking... They're just invading the land, bro. Press 1. Hold up, Todd. I'm gonna put you on the air real quick. This is crazy. Let me connect you real quick. 3, 2, and you're on. What up, champ?
Yo.
What up with it?
You hear me? Ain't nothing, man. Now, what I was saying, that's the gold bell. I don't know. You remember a long time ago I told you about that movie called The Long Ship with Sidney Poitier, they're like it's the Moors and the Vikings fighting each other because they're searching for this gold belt, like they heard about it in another nation. They end up coming together and going and finding this gold belt. So what I see that as is that's the real
shit,
like Liberty Bell.
What's the name of that movie?
That they stole. The Long Ship.
The Long Ship?
With Sidney Poitier.
Didn't I just
he's in
ask
it.
if that
It's
was
an
a
old
ship?
movie. So look.
But go ahead, King.
I'm looking at it like that's the bit. I look at it like that's the bill they took from God. You know, the city of gold and everything, and then they're just showing it off at the World Fairs, and then they're reenacting the original people of this land's story, and then how they taught it to us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. What's that movie called
So,
again? The Long Ship?
The Long Ship with Sidney Poitier. It's like
a Viking
60s or
epic.
something.
Okay, I got it. It's 64.
Yeah, but it's the Moors. It's the Moors fighting. They're fighting.
Oh,
the Vikings,
shit.
And they're in the search for this gold bell. Like
It's right here.
They heard
I see
about
it.
this land that has all this riches and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what and then they end up coming together and going and trying to find this gold bell.
And it's dealing in shipwrecks and all of this. Oh, I see
Oh
it.
yeah, Vikings, all that.
Oh,
like
yeah.
They told the story. And then they just, then like I said, they implemented Thomas Jefferson, which was a black man, but as a white man. You know what I mean? They're just telling it their history, the conqueror's history, man.
Oh my goodness. So what did the bell signify?
And that's what
The conquering of. I got you.
That was y'all bell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was the Jew. That was in probably out there in the city of gold, where they had the whole city of gold. You know what I mean? And and that's a big bong.
That's a big
that's
weight.
A big bell.
Yeah, that's yeah.
And then what they did was they melted all that gold down and slowly robbed it. Turned the money into fiat, monopoly money. You know what I mean? And just robbed the. They melted the gold down, turned it into a bars, put it at Fort Knox. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just that's what they did.
Yeah. And then
they
broke
like,
it
they
down.
couldn't. They sold the gold to all the other countries around the world, to all the nations. You know what I mean? And then they just gave America a fiat currency that's pretty much monopoly money. But
Right.
all that's coming crashing down now. They hold
The whole game
That's
plan.
what people don't understand. There's no more contracts. There's no more locked doors.
There's no more locked doors. No more contract. And the only thing they doing is getting confused by what's going on. Nothing's going on other than no new contracts without
that's why,
without
Hollywood's done,
true.
All the actors on strike.
Yeah, that's funny.
Right.
That's funny you brought that up.
Like, so everything's over with. Like it's the people don't understand what Donald Trump did, man. Donald Trump did he pretty much folded the country. Like it was already bankrupt. In the executive orders he signed, he pretty much just folded the corporation. The corporation was done with. So he pretty much folded it. And now we're back. Like he said in his inauguration speech, I'm restoring the power back to the people. So now it's up to the people.
That's right.
Of this land, like in the true people, to use their God-gifted talents like they used to do and be creative.
And they have no jurisdiction over that. It makes you a non-criminal. Right. You're using your God-given strengths and talent to generate revenue for yourself, and they have no power over you.
None.
Go ahead.
There's no more coming. You're not a slave. It's freedom. It's
ahead.
True freedom. But people are fighting for the slavery. People are fighting. They don't even understand it, but it's true freedom.
The banks are going down. No, man.
Right. They don't understand. Like it's the greatest time to be alive, man.
Yes, sir.
I think God's gonna slap them awake here sooner or later. Like it's gonna come to a point where it's like you're gonna get slapped in the face. And
they getting slapped in the face now. I mean, just think about it.
They are. They are with truth.
But think about it.
They are.
I'm not talking about as a whole because everybody can't go, Todd.
Right.
People,
they say that.
You understand what I'm saying? Everybody is not mentally. People are chasing after their own slavery, their own death sentence, whatever it is that they caught up in. But the simple fact that we over here talking about the World's Fair and Disney this way, that's eye-opening, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It is.
You may have got a birth certificate or education certificate when you left the World Fairs, in which we heard that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And if you get new stuff, you're going to get a new ID. You're going to get a new birth certificate, and it's a certificate of live birth too, because you're alive.
Yup. I mean, it's gonna be a whole new world. Like but it's up to God's children to turn from their wicked ways, stand upright in law, and then start being creators and innovators and making the things that that make society better.
In the right state of mind, in due time, that's the goal. It is already written, so that's for people who hear the calling. You know what I'm saying? People, you can't. Nip said, I can only lead you to the lake. I can't make you drink the water.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yep.
So it's a blessing. Thinking of the world fairs this way, this could have been a whole extermination camp or whatever, because we don't know what it is.
I think world fairs are more of their celebration of showing off that they they killed the king, they conquered.
Big celebration.
And then it was the robbery. You know what I'm saying? It was like like they done completed the robbery.
Yeah.
And now they're going to celebrate, and then they're going to teach, they're going to indoctrinate this false history, which was the true history of the real people. You know what I'm saying?
So that could have been the first Yale. The World Fairs was the first Yale University.
Pretty much. Right. It was indoctrination. Like, it was very quick indoctrination camp.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
3 years. 3 years. That's easy to get to it like this. Boom, 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 boom.
Right. Well, I mean, how many years do you normally go to college? What, 4 years?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
and if
so
let's say it's a military base and it's teaching immigrants how to be American. This is the history. This is what it is. This is what it is. And now go be free.
Right. And that's why you see like that picture I sent you of the courthouse, like shaped like the ship.
Bingo.
They got everybody, you don't taught us all this already. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about the courthourse with Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, where he had his hearing in Miami. It's shaped just like a ship. Right?
Yes.
And
maybe the land
so
is
like
a
they
ship.
got us on.
Maybe you're on a ship.
They turned it off. Yeah, we're on a ship.
Yeah, maybe you're on a ship and disguised as land.
Yep.
Just like Atlanta, they said that's a military base or some shit like that. Maybe the shit it is. They probably down there living on a flotation device, like New York Central Park was when they was fucking up the first theme parks.
It's a one big island. Like
yes, sir.
One big island, not a land.
Tethered to the city by little bridges.
Yep.
By what? Bridges that connected to what? Bridges. Connect the island to the woods, and I'm gonna call it. Yes,
what you talking about? The bridge?
Hell yeah. Think about it. Think about it. If you're an island, how could you? That's like a tether.
Well, the only way you be able to do is by boat, by ship. So then you had to build a bridge.
Yeah. So if you build a bridge, it's like a tether to the bingo. Over time, people would just start thinking that's one and the same, not knowing they riding on the rope to get them to a different island. But it's that's a trip, bro. That's a trip when you really think about it. Like, damn, that's how Washington probably attached itself to the land. That's how every island probably attached itself to this land by way of bridge, and don't created a sister city some goddamn where to drain its resources. All the offshore banking.
That's how a corporation, what a corporation pretty much is. You know what I mean? It's like incorporized. Like you take small little entities and you make it into one big corporation. You know what I mean? It's like it's what a corporate, what a body, like a dead body, a corpse. But what is a body? It's a bunch of different, your brain,
politically,
your heart,
but guess what? A soulless body politically will be Disney. Because it's a collection of many corporations inside of one, creating this big sovereign God.
It's a
dead state.
It's a dead body. That's what a corpse. Yeah, that's what it is. A dead body, a soulless entity.
Well, shit.
I mean, that's what they did to America, and they killed off the people, and made them turn from God. Rob them for their riches, you know what I mean? That's pretty much what I see. Like, what I see in World Fairs is just the indoctrination. It's
and it
telling his
is.
story.
And it
you know
is.
what I mean? In a totally different way. And then then that's what public schools became, because
Bingo.
we all went into public schools and
Bingo.
they taught us the same bull crap. You know what I mean? So it's
The
like,
ship wasn't contained at that moment. You can just open the border, and now it's all the United States on a map, and this is how it look, and this is how it look, and this is what it is, and this is how it got
Right.
like this. You feel me? And this is what you gonna uphold.
Yep.
This is what it is, and we've been living like that this whole time at the Truman Show.
that's why, right? And that's why, like, Trump talks about, like, how, you know, our country, America shouldn't look the way it looks. Like they built Dubai up in a matter of like a decade.
Right.
And Dubai looks like a very like that's how America should look, because
Yeah.
they robbed America
Right.
of its gold
Right.
and sold it off to all the other nations.
And it's
So like
people
all
that
the
is-
other nations
are living off
way
our
ahead
trust.
of us, and we're exactly of the original people of this land's trust.
That's right.
Exactly.
And now you can do that if you're here, but being off of here and being somewhere else, that's where you got a problem. Because emancipation is for all those who come to serve and to work. So letting the bankers tell me that a life of service is bad, or, you know, God is this, or it's about, that's just, it's backward. A banker can't tell me how to live when they are dead.
Nah.
They only operate out of commerce. You feel me?
I feel you.
Come on, bro. Thank you, champion. Thank you for the call, brother.
Yeah, that's all I want to say. Hey, what's up, Brittany? How you doing, Brittany? Hope you're having a good day today. All right, bro.
All right, my man took that time to say, "What's up, Brittany? Leave me alone, Brittany." I'm thinking I'm fucking with Kev, bro. I'm making everything, but it's not Brittany. He on Brittany head, bro. That's how you rub it in, Todd. That's how you pick at him, bro. Yeah. Hey, you in the back. How you doing, Brittany? Back here. You all right today, boo-boo? Mwah. That's how you do it right there. Lord have mercy. But Todd just gave me this thing about this bail, and I want to show y'all after this.
The biggest and best of the World's Fairs was the New York World's Fair, which opened on April 30th, 1939.
I bet you Hitler was here.
Fair covered nearly 2 square miles and had several zones, including transportation, communications, food.
I don't even believe it. This is scary.
Government.
Oh my goodness.
Community interests, and amusement. The theme of the fair was the world of tomorrow, and each of these different zones displayed what the future might look like in each respective field.
So it's the same thing over and over again, showing the specific zones once again. It's the same MO every time, like a black man found with crack on him. Press 1. It's the same MO. You can't make this up, champ. You can't make this up. Jeez, man. God is good. You can't make this up.
For example, in the transportation zone, General Motors showed off a model city designed for cars with superhighways from coast to coast and no red lights. Ford displayed some of the
This is all right. Look, all the international companies are dividing up America with their blueprints
from coast to coast and no red lights. Ford displayed some of their newest vehicle design.
That's Japan. Press 1. That's a Japanese flag. Look. That's the black sun. You might as well, at the time, this was swastika. Because you supposed to be at war.
Unknown caller.
Press 1, see what happened. See, you supposed to be at war, and black people ain't supposed to be thinking about the war. Press 1, but you supposed to be at war fighting these people. Oh my God, this is harboring terrorists. Coffee and Kush TV, KevRow University, you on the air, what up?
What's up, Kev? This Thomas.
What up, Thomas?
Along with what we're going over with Disney, and the Red Cross,
Yes.
I found an international humanitarian law, and it's a few other ones, but this one ties to the IRC, and it says also referred to as the laws of armed conflict. It's the law that regulates the conduct of war. It is a branch of international law that seeks to limit the effects of armed conflict by protecting persons who are not participating in hostilities and by restricting and regulating the means and methods of warfare available to combatants. International humanitarian law is inspired by consideration of humanitarian and the negations of human suffering. It comprises a set of rules which is established by a treaty or customs and that seeks to protect persons and property objects that are or may be affected by armed conflict. And it limits the rights of parties to a conflict to use methods and means of warfare of their choice. Sources of international law include international agreements, the Geneva Convention, customary international law, general principle of nations and case law. It defines the conduct and responsibility of belligerent nations, neutral nations, and individuals engaging in warfare in relation to each other and to protect persons, usually meaning non-combatants. It is designed to balance humanitarian concerns and military necessities and subjects warfare to the rule of law by limiting its destructive effect and alleviating human suffering. Serious violations of international humanitarian law are called war crimes. International humanitarian law, just and bellow, regulates the conduct of forces when engaged in war or armed conflict. It is distinct from just and bellum and regulates the conduct of engaging in war or armed conflicts, including crimes of war. I found a guy named Philip, Auerbach, and he's a part of what is it called, the Nuremberg trials.
The Nuremberg trials, yeah.
Yeah, he's involved with that, and after the court hearing, they say he committed suicide.
That one was already laughing. But what did he do? He left, or he committed suicide? He died, right?
Yeah. And
in the game they playing, you got to die to live. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Dying back then meant you came to America and got a new name. Go ahead.
So then I was looking at something that says the General Assembly of the United Nations. And it says the Assembly makes recommendations to the states or international issues when it is competent. It has also taken action across the pillars of the United Nations, including with regard to political, economic, humanitarian, social, and legal matters. And 1 second. So then, like a lot of this stuff all ties in, and I just gotta like cram together. So
No, that's
the
cool.
other thing that
we that's how we operate sometimes. We operate all crammed together on these types of days. Go ahead.
So on the other thing you taught us, it says about Cleveland Grove. I'm just trying to find it. the enrollment card, which this ties to the Dawes roles and Charles Dawes. It says the enrollment cards were issued by heads of families, orphans, and children to prove their tribal membership in order to receive 40 to 160 acres of land from the federal government. Census cards is the informal name for these theories, commonly called the Commissions of Five Civilized Tribes. The Dawes Commission was appointed by President Cleveland Grover in 1893 to negotiate with the Cherokee Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and the Seminole tribes in return for abolishing their tribal governments and recognizing states and federal law. Tribal members were allotted a share of common property. Then, when we were just talking about the Ron Santos in Florida, the governor,
yes,
I see the Florida Charitable Mormon Act, and that's the Florida Act provides that certain devices or bequests shall be invalid if the testor dies, leaving issue of his body or adopted child or the lineal descendant of either or a spouse.
Wait, they said or adopted child, like adopted child. Like emancipated
Yes,
people from different nations are adopted as well. But when you brought up the Mormons, again, Latter-day Saints, they are the ones who did things out of authority they didn't have. But that's just funny that you bringing this up. Go ahead, champ.
So they got a book. They got a book called "The Last Child in the Woods" by Richard Louv, and it's the nature of deficient disorder. I found that too, and it's tied into Disney films.
Is all this connected to the IRC?
Hostilities, and by restricting and regulating the means and methods of warfare available to combatants. International humanitarian law is inspired by consideration of humanitarian and the negations of human suffering. It comprises a set of rules which is established by a treaty or customs and that seeks to protect persons and property objects that are or may be affected by armed conflict, and it limits the rights of parties to a conflict to use methods and means of warfare of their choice. Sources of international law include international agreements, the Geneva Convention, customary international law, general principle of nations, and case law. It defines the conduct and responsibility of belligerent nations, neutral nations, and individuals engaging in warfare in relation to each other and to protect persons, usually meaning non-combatants. It is designed to balance humanitarian concerns and military necessities and subjects warfare to the rule of law by limiting its destructive effect and alleviating human suffering. Serious violations of international humanitarian law are called war crimes. International humanitarian law, just and bellow, regulates the conduct of forces when engaged in war or armed conflict. It is distinct from just and bellum and regulates the conduct of engaging in war or armed conflict, including crimes of war. I found a guy named Philip Auerbach, and he's a part of what is it called, the Nuremberg trials.
The Nuremberg trials, yeah.
Yeah, he's involved with that, and after the court hearing, They say he committed suicide.
That's why I was already laughing. But what did he do? He left or he committed suicide? He died, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
in the game they playing, you got to die to live. You hear me?
yes, sir.
Dying back then meant you came to America and got a new name. Go ahead.
So then I was looking at something that they say it's the General Assembly of the United Nations, and it says the Assembly makes recommendations to the states or international issues when it is competent. It has also taken action across the pillars of the United Nations, including with regard to political, economic, humanitarian, social, and legal matters. And 1 second. So then, like a lot of this stuff all ties in, and I just gotta like cram together.
No,
So
that's
the
cool.
other thing that
We that's how we operate sometimes. We operate all crammed together on these types of days. Go ahead.
So on the other thing you taught us, it says about Cleveland Grove. I'm just trying to find it. The enrollment card, which this ties to the Dawes Rose and Charles Dawes. It says the enrollment cards were issued by heads of families, orphans, and children to prove their tribal membership in order to receive 40 to 160 acres of land from the federal government. Census cards is the informal name for these theories, commonly called the Commissions of Five Civilized Tribes. The Dawes Commission was appointed by President Cleveland Grover in 1893 to negotiate with the Cherokee Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and the Seminole tribes in return for abolishing their tribal governments and recognizing states and federal law. Tribal members were allotted a share of common property. Then, when we just talking about the Ron Santos in Florida, the governor,
yes,
I see the Florida Charitable Mormon Act, and that's the Florida Act provides that certain devices or bequests shall be invalid if the testor dies, leaving issue of his body or adopted child or the lineal descendant of either or a spouse.
Wait, they said our adopted child, like adopted child, like emancipated
Yes,
people from different nations are adopted as well. But when you brought up the Mormons, again, Latter Day Saints, they are the ones who did things out of authority they didn't have. But that's just funny that you bringing this up. Go ahead, champ.
So they got a book. They got a book called The Last Child in the Woods by Richard Louv, and it's the nature of deficient disorder. I found that too, and it's tied into Disney films.
Is all this connected to the IRC?
All of it. All of it. Even the international, how can I say this, database companies like Medline, one called Knowledge Finder, one called EBSCO, one called Dialogue, one called Ovid, OVID, one called Embase, EMBASE. The Amnesty International, UNESCO International, Labor, LABOUR organization, all of them tie into the Red Cross, all abstracting the trust and bringing the people down.
The IRC and the ARC are connected. They have to be.
Yes, they the same thing.
They the same fucking thing.
They actually write themselves up as a charter. Then they write themselves up as an organization, a humanitarian group. I just found one a few seconds ago while I was just listening to the show that I never heard of. I'm about to try to look through the phone and see if I can still pull it up somewhere.
That's crazy. I knew the answer to. I knew they were connected, but I'm like IRC, ARC. That's the International Monetary IMF.
And I just found something on Maritime. Just 1 second.
That lady said you're gonna get in trouble. I can't stay out of it. I said the IMF. That's International Monetary Fund. The whole world, huh? Is all. This is insane. Not that we didn't know. The fact that we. This is kind of like breaking down the levels of what people call the Illuminati and these things. This is really just commerce, banking, and
if you could pull up, I could read it, but you can also pull this up. It's the ICRC, and it's under the Geneva Conventions of 1949, and it says additional protocols and their commentaries, and they got the treaties and the states, and then another section, and I went under all of it, and they got up to like 40 articles, and this is explaining the process of salvaging the vessels, which is everything you said it is. I'm gonna read some of it. Must be in this one.
take your time. Ain't no rush, champion. I'm here. Yeah.
I'm rolling up on it now. I'm going to the top of it. All right. So resolution 1 is the conference recommends that in case of a dispute relating to interpretation or application of present conventions which cannot be settled by other means, the high contracting parties concerned endeavor to agree between themselves to refer such dispute to International Court of Justice. Whereas circumstances may arise in the event of the outbreak of future international conflict in which there will be no protecting power with whose corporation and under whose scrutiny the Convention for Protection of Victims of War can be applied. Whereas Article 10 of Geneva's Convention, where the ameliorations of the conditions of wounded and sick in armed forces in the field of August 12, 1949, Article 10 of the Geneva Convention for the amelioration of the conditions of wounded, sick, and shipwrecked members of armed forces at sea of August 12, 1949. Article 10 of Geneva Convention related to the treatment of prisoners of war of August 12, 1949, and Article 11 of the Geneva Convention related to the protection of civilian persons in time of war, August 12, 1949, provide that the high contracting parties may at any time agree to entrust to a body which offers all guarantees of impartiality and efficiency the duties incumbent on the protecting powers by virtue of aforesaid convention. The convention recommends that consideration be given as soon as possible to at visibility of setting up an international body, the functions of which shall be in the absence of a protecting power to fulfill the duties performed by protecting powers in regard to the application of the convention for the protection of war victims. Let's see. Oh, a screenshot and all these. So let me go try to find three because I'm just showing all these other ones. Three somewhere, but I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to four. Whereas Article 33 of the Geneva Convention of July 27, 1929, for the relief of the wounded and sick in armies in the field concerning the identity documents to be carried by medical personnel was only partially observed during the course of the recent war, thus creating serious difficulties for many members of such personnel. The conference recommends that states and National Red Cross societies take all necessary steps in time of peace to have medical personnel duly provided with the badges and identity cards prescribed in Article 40 of the new convention. Article 40 is identification of medical and religious personnel. The personnel designated in Article 24 and Articles 26 and 27 shall wear affixated to the left arm a water-resistant armlet bearing the distinctive emblem issued and stamped by the military authority. Such personnel, in addition to wearing the identity disc mentioned in Article 16, shall also carry a special identity card bearing the distinctive emblem. This card shall be water resistant in such size that it can be carried in the pocket. It shall be worded in the national language, shall mention at least the surname and first name, the date of birth, the rank and service number of the bearer, and shall state in what capacity he is entitled to the protection of the present convention. The card shall bear the photograph of the owner and also either his signature or his fingerprints or both. It shall be embossed with the stamp of the military. The identity card shall be uniform throughout the same armed forces and as far as possible of a similar type in the armed forces of the high contracting parties. The parties to the conflict may be guided by the model which is annexed by way of example to the present convention. They shall inform each other at the outbreak of the hostilities of the model they are using. Identity cards shall be out if possible, at least in duplicate, one copy being kept by the home country. In no circumstances may the said personnel be deprived of their insignia or identity cards, nor of the right to wear the armlet. In case of loss, they shall be entitled to receive duplicates of the card and have the insignia replaced.
Well, there that goes. I finally got you to laugh on that, but well, there's the first criminal event there. Go ahead.
Resolution 5 is whereas misuse has frequently been made of the Red Cross emblem, the conference recommends that states take strict measures to ensure that the said emblem, as well as other emblems referred to in Article 38 of the Geneva Convention for the Amelioration of the Conditions of the Wounded and Sick in Armed Forces in the Field of August 12, 1949, is used only within the limits prescribed by the Geneva Convention in order to safeguard their authority and protect their high significance. Whereas the present conference has not been able to raise question of the technical study of means of communication between hospital ships on the one hand and warships, a military aircraft on the other, since that study went beyond its terms of reference, whereas this question is one of the greatest importance for the safety and efficiency operation of hospital ships, the conference recommends that the high contracting parties will, in the near future, instruct a committee of experts to examine technical improvements of modern means, communication between hospital ships on one hand and warships and military aircraft on the other. And also,
God, this is
brilliant. And also to study the possibility of drawing up an international code laying the precise regulations for the use of those means in order that hospital ships may be assured of the maximum protection and be enabled to operate within the maximum efficiency. Resolution 7, the conference being the series of securing the maximum protection for hospital ships, expressing the hope that all high contracting parties to the Geneva Convention for the amelioration of the conditions of wounded, sick, and shipwrecked members of armed forces at sea of August 12, 1949 will arrange that whenever conveniently practicable, such ships shall frequently and regularly broadcast particulars of their position, route, and speed. Resolution 8, the conference wishes to affirm before all nations that in working have been inspired solely by humanitarian aims. Its earnest hope is that in the future, governments may never have to apply the Geneva Convention for the protection of war victims. That is, the strongest desire is that the powers, great and small, may always reach a friendly settlement of their differences through corporations and understanding between nations so that the peace shall reign on earth forever. Whereas Article 71 of the convention related to the treatment of prisoners of war of August 12, 1949 provides that prisoners of war who have been without news for a long period or who are unable to receive news from their next of kin or to give them news by ordinary postal route, as well as those who are at great distance from their homes shall be permitted to send telegrams, the fees being charged against the prisoners of war's accounts with the detaining power are paid in the currency at their disposal, and that prisoners of war likewise benefit by these faculties in cases of urgency, and whereas to reduce the cost often prohibitive of such telegrams or cables, it appears necessary that some method of grouping messages should be introduced whereby a series of short specimen messages concerning personal health or relatives at home, school, finance, etc., could be drawn up and numbered for use by prisoners of war in the aforesaid circumstances. The conference therefore requests the International Committee of Red Cross to prepare a series of specimen messages covering these requirements and to submit them to the high contracting parties for their approval. Resolution 10, the conference considered that the conditions under which a party to a conflict can be recognized as a belligerent by powers not taking part in this conflict are governed by the general rules of the international law on the subject and are in no way modified by the Geneva Convention. Resolution 11, whereas the Geneva Convention required the International Committee of the Red Cross to be ready at all times and in all circumstances to fulfill the humanitarian task entrusted to it by these conventions, the conference recognized the necessities of providing regular financial support for the International Committee of the Red Cross. And I think that's the last one. Then you have the Hague Convention of 1899 and 1907. And it talk about the Hague in the Netherlands, along with the Geneva Convention, were among the first formal statements of the laws of war and war crimes in the body of secular international law. A third conference was planned for 1914 and later rescheduled for 1915, but it did not take place because of the start of World War I. Let me look up. I want to find this maritime thing I found earlier this morning.
Yes, sir. Again, that's why anybody with information. I love these types of calls because this sounds great to my ears to hear that even exists on the books.
Everything you done said from 3 years ago.
That's an amazing feeling to that exists right there. That's dope because the communications between our people was cut off heavily in the 40s in those wars. So as I was saying, they against their own Geneva conventions. We just at the point where we breaking down their own Geneva convention. This is breaking down what they're in violation of. From that time frame, this is Adolf Hitler time frame. You don't got them nationalizing themselves and as native and going into federalizing the 5 recognized state. The federal government recognized themselves. Go ahead.